High for him. McCraven had reset, puts it up off the glass, good.
Out to Hallie Crockett, her second baseball pass up the floor to Abby Richmond. Right-handed layup for two.
Still backing and backing, gets stalled again, and picks up 2 points. So 2-point takedown.
The puck tries to reverse along the boards, taken away by Parker. Found another goal! Parker tees up Brody Schultz!
Right-handed dribble, goes to Reichel, deep three-pointer on the way! That's good!
Up the floor, Severson over to Bevins, all alone, steps up, shoots the three, and it's good!
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Hey, welcome everybody to the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational here in Lisbon, North Dakota. Things are just starting to get underway here, waiting for our first matches to come up. We have mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium, and mats 3 and 4 are over in the armory. So we're still doing a little bit of housekeeping here inside the LHS gymnasium, getting things squared away and ready to rock and roll here for the 2023 the Storhaug Wrestling Invitational Tournament. Said mats 1 and 2 are here in the main gymnasium. Mats 3 and 4 are over in the army. We'll do our best to keep you updated on what's going on in mats 3 and 4. Cameras right now are lined up on our 2 mats here front and center inside the gymnasium. The Storhaug Wrestling Tournament this year has 19 teams entered in it. A couple teams ended up dropping out last minute due to illness or injury earlier in the week, so we're down to 19 teams. Have some loaded weight classes for you this weekend. You're looking at our Indy Wrestle, Dakota Grappler, and Minnesota Class A rankings. Weight classes right now to watch out for that are going to be loaded from top to bottom, 120 pounds. You have number 1 Trace Hogarth, number 2 Ryan Eng, Hogarth from Carrington, number 2 Ryan Eng from Lisbon, possibly number 3 Brock Johnson from Kindred, number 4 Cruiser Burns from Grafton, number 5 Josiah Campbell, Central Cass, number 6 Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's at 120 pounds. At 132 pounds, another weight class to watch. Number 1 Cashton Wadeson from Lisbon. Number 2 North Dakota A Colin Steidler from Bismarck St. Mary's. Number 3 Levi Hinkle, Pembina County North. Number 4 Chance Burns from Grafton. Number 7 Riker Vetter from South Border. Number 8 North Dakota Class A Tucker Johnson from Valley City. And going into the middle of the weight classes, 160 pounds should be another weight class to watch today, or I should say through the weekend. 160-pound Garrett Hebel from Lemoore, number 1. Number 2 Blaze Ranke. Number 3 Isaiah Cruth from Ellendale Edgeley Colm. Number 4 North Dakota Class A Harrison Grad from Bismarck St. Mary's. Number 7 Cole Stock from South Border. Number 8 Kate Olson Tinglestead from Central Cass. So we're underway here inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. First matches for the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament are underway. Here on mats 1 and 2, we have Logan Potts on mat 1 going up against Ben Wagner from Oaks. A familiar matchup for these two, with a couple of Region 1 opponents going at it right now with Logan Potts and Ben Wagner. Potts is up 2-0 with the takedown and near fall points coming to him with that forearm tilt. And mat number 2, Derek Jorison from Central Cass, an 8th grader going up against Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's on mat number 2. Mat number 3, Ian Anderson from Lisbon JV wrestling Jared Schilling from South Border. That is taking place over in mat number 3. Right now that's tied up 2-2. And mat number 4, a big score right away over there in the armory. Sky Kramlich from Carrington over Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. Kramlich, an 8th grader, up 13-2 on Martinez there in the second period. Yeah, Logan Potts will win by a fall over on mat number 1. So Logan Potts, your winner by a fall on mat number 1 over Ben Wagner from Oaks. And Potts improves to 19-2 on the season. They're coming off some big wins last night over Walker Miller and Cruz Ranke at 106 and a triangular over in Lemoore. They won both of those matches by a fall. Now coming up on mat number 1, you have Cruz Ranke from Lisbon going up against Brock Martigue from Border West. Ranke, a 7th grader, Martigue, an 8th grader. Ranke with a 16-6 record. You have Derek Jorison down 2-0 to Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's. Grimm has Jorison over on his back and can collect near fall at the end of the period, so he'll go up 5-0. If you need the cameras or need some adjustment on the cameras, let somebody know or whatever. Send us an email or let us know somehow there how everything's going. The sound's okay, and we'll get things fixed up and ready to rock later tonight or tomorrow. Make sure we can bring you the best possible coverage of the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament here on your live event. No scoreboard tonight. We have our tournament coverage through Track Wrestling. We can track all the mats here. Looks like we do have a final. Like Jared Schilling wins by a fall over Ian Anderson. That's over on mat number 3. So Schilling over Ian Anderson on mat number 3. Kramlich is up 15-3 on Oscar Martinez on mat number 4. A little Bennett Grimm now working for another fall. He's up 5-0, picking up near fall over Jarek Jorison from Central Cass. He'll win by a fall for Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's, a 7th grader. Improves his record to 12-5 on the season. He'll advance to the next round in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament in the championship bracket. Up on mat number 3, Walker Miller taking on Tucker Hennessy. Miller from Ellendale Edgley-Colm, Hennessy from Border West. Hennessy right now up 2-0, a 7th grader from Border West Buccaneers. And Cruz Ranke up 2-0 over Brock Martigue from Border West here in the main gymnasium. Got blood time over on mat number 1. Mat number 2 getting underway. After that pin by Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's, we have Ryland Vetter from South Border Wrestling Hauser Bridwell. Ryland Vetter, a 7th grader, 18-5 record, wrestling Hauser Bridwell, sophomore from Lytton HMB. And Sky Kramlich is your winner by tech fall, 17-3 on mat number 4, 106 pounds over Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. So Kramlich wins by tech fall, picking up some bonus points for Carrington in the first round. Advances to the second championship round here at the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Still in blood time. Looks like they have the blood squared away down to 30 seconds just in the first period on mat number 1. Ranke up 2-0. And mat number 2, Ryland Vetter up 2-0 over Hauser Bridwell. And Martigue attempting a stand-up on mat 1. Ranke is going to go to a chicken wing ride. Break him belly down to 10 seconds there in that first period for Cruz Ranke from Lisbon, up 2-0. Tried to take a big step around last 5 seconds, see if he can get a couple near fall to close out the period. So Martigue able to hold Cruz Ranke off from turning him and go into the second period just down 2-0. Ranke. Martigue defers to Ranke, so Ranke chooses bottom to start the second. And Ryland Vetter still up 2-0 in the first period. 30 seconds to go on that one. And Walker Miller still down 2-0 over on mat number 3. That's in the second period to Tucker Hennessy. 2-0. He's down to Hennessy from Border West Buccaneers. And Carson Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's at 106 pounds, up 5-0 over Oakley Brown from Pembina County North. That's a 5-0 score, now up 8-0. And Hennessy takes a 3-0 lead on mat number 3. And Ryland Vetter at the end of the period is going to score 2 near fall, so he goes up 4-0. So Vetter now up 4-0 over Bridwell from Lytton HMB. Here, maybe back to some more blood time. Looking at blood time here again on mat number 1. Ranky still up 2-0. Tough first round match for Cruz Ranky. Winning 2-0 over Brock Martigue from Border West Buccaneers. And Bridwell went on a double leg on mat number 2. Vetter's up 4-0. Bridwell at the double. Now Vetter, he whizzers in, comes over the top of the head cradle, and is going to pick up 2 points for a takedown. Now working some near fall. How's Bridwell going to his back? So Alan Vetter working for a fall for South Border Mustangs. Looking to earn their first, or I should say break Lisbon's streak here at the Storhaug. They were able to do it up at the Central Cass Letterman's tournament, winning that by, I think it was 3.5 points for the team title up at Central Cass. The Vetters up now 6-0 over Hauser Bridwell. Ranky still stuck on the bottom with 48 seconds to go in that first period over with wrestling Brock Martigue. Ranky now is going to try to post out, come out the back door. Martigue had a half Nelson buried in deep on the near side. Now jumps back around. Ranky working hand control on the bottom, head buried down in the mat. And Miller still down 3-0, and then in the second period with 10 seconds left, he's down to Tucker Hennessy from Border West. We have a final. Carson Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's on mat number 4 at 113 pounds, wins 14-1 over Oakley Brown from Pembina County North. That was over on mat number 4, 113 pounds. Still 106-pound matches going on here in the main gym. Vetters up now 9-0 over Hauser Bridwell. They're in the second period with 20 seconds to go. Going to close out here. Ranky not able to get away from Martigue. Martigue riding that half Nelson on Ranky. It's a 2-0 score. Martigue will have a choice to start the third period. Looks like he's going to choose top. The coaches like what he saw on that ride out of Cruz Ranky, so he's going to go back to top. Cruz Ranky hadn't had an answer for that half Nelson ride. Now Ranky tries to stand up. Martigue has him cradled up. Martigue long and lean, use those long arms clamped over the top on Ranky. Now Ranky able to get some hand control. It's a 9-2 score for Ryland Vetter. Bridwell able to score, Ryland Vetter wins by decision 9-2 over Hauser Bridwell. Ranky's still up 2-0. They're down to a minute to go on mat number 1. Up on mat number 2, 113 pounds is Ryan Olson from Lisbon taking on Gavin Giffey from Northern Cass. Olson in on a double leg in our forklift position. Giffey is sprawling out, nice heavy hips on Olson. Olson's going to step over and score 2 points. Now Ranky's in trouble giving up some near fall. And Martigue's going to score near fall on Ranky. He'll go up 3-2. They're down to 30 seconds to go. So it's a 3-point near fall. Cruz Ranky down now 3-2. We have blood time. That's on mat number 1, 106 pounds. Over at mat number 4, Grayson Lyons is down from Lisbon, is down 10-2 to Cole Sikora. Cole Sikora, number 1 ranked wrestler in Minnesota 8 at 113 pounds. Grayson Lyons, tough duty. They're in the second period. That's a 10-2 score. Cole Sikora from Border West, a senior, 27-1 record. Ranky here on mat number 1, down 3-2, looking to tie it up, down to 30 seconds for Ranky. Martigue's going to take a stalling call. He has to turn Ranky down to the mat. So far, no return, mat return. He's going to have to cut him loose here. He's going to get a call for stalling. Ranky's still holding it up. Martigue trying to push him out. Ranky still circling in. Martigue finally takes him down, wasting a lot of time there. 10 seconds to go. Ranky back up to his feet. Going to pop up. They get called out of bounds last minute, down to 2 seconds. It's tied up now, 3-3. I think that stall call must have been called for stalling before I missed that. It's tied up 3-3. So down to 2 seconds. That's on mat number 1. We're tied up going into overtime. Ranke scored the takedown in that first period. Went up 2-0. Now Ryan Olson, Giffey wins by a fall over Ryan Olson. That was on mat number 2 at 106 pounds. And Grayson Lyons now down 17-3 over on mat number 4, 113 pounds, to Colsa Corda from Border West. Walker Miller up 4-3 over Tucker Hennessy from Border West. We have injury time. Poked in the eye. Over on mat number 1 is Martigue from Border West. Colsa Corda go on to win by fall over Grayson Lyons. That's on mat number 4, 132 pounds. So Colsa Corda, number 1 in Minnesota Class A, wins by fall over Grayson Lyons. Hey, Gerard Goldaddy. Ranke's going to score 2 points here to win in overtime. The Cruz Ranke advances championship round, guts out that overtime victory for the Lisbon Broncos. He wins by a score of 5-3 to advance. Tough first round match for Ranke. A 5-3 winner on mat number 1, 106 pounds. You're looking at Martigue. Martigue could be a bracket buster coming back through the wrestlebacks. At 106. 106 features number 4, Class B, North Dakota Class B, Logan Potts. Cruz Ranke, number 6, Ryland Vetter, number 7. And mat number 2, that's Maddox Moak from Mayport CG, an 8th grader taking on Landon Huck from Bismarck St. Mary's. And Moak is up, now tied up 2-2. We're down to 10 seconds to go in that first period. Another 100, that was at 126 pounds. Mat 1, 106 pounds. Daniel Lozano from Mayport CG taking on Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. Oh, Dahlstrom had been in and out of the rankings. He does have a win over Cruz Ranke earlier in the season. And mat number 4, 132 pounds in prelim match. This is Chance Burns taking on Riker Lakowitzer from Kindred. Burns, a senior, 24-4 record. Up now 2-0 on Lakowitzer from Kindred. And mat number 3, 113 pounds, Andy Pulak from Grafton taking on Alex Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. A couple of 7th graders battling out 113. Pulak goes up 2-0. That's mat number 3, 113 pounds. Now Moak from Mayport CG now up 6-2. You're going to start the second period. 2 minutes on the clock for that second period. Moak up 6-2 over Landon Huck from Bismarck St. Mary's. Matthias Dahlstrom up 2-0 with 40 seconds to go in the first period here on mat number 1. So yeah, this is day 1 coverage from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, home of the Lisbon Broncos for your 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. You're on yourliveevent.com. Dahlstrom working for a fall on mat number 1. Down to under 5 seconds to go now in that first period for Dahlstrom. Sitting through Lozano in all kinds of trouble. He'll make it into the second period with Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom goes up now 5-0. The match tightening up on mat number 2 with Maddox Moak and Landon Huck. 6-4 score now. So Huck from Bismarck St. Mary's You're mounting a little comeback here, working hard over the top, goes to a hard crossface, has a leg turked here on the backside. Oh, running an arm bar on Maddox Moak. Try to walk it around the head. You're going to pick up some near fall. Now tied up 6-6. And Maddox Moak in trouble, giving up a fall. They're down to 24 seconds left. That'll end it. So Landon Huck from Bismarck St. Mary's, your winner by fall on mat number 2 at 126 pounds. That was a prelim match. You advance into the championship bracket for the Bismarck St. Mary's Saints. And Chance Burns, your winner by fall on mat number 4 over Riot Lakowitzer from Kindred. So Chance Burns, prelim match, their advances, 132 pounds of championship bracket. 11-0 score on mat number 1. That's in favor of Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. Into another pinning combination for Dahlstrom. The head cradled up. A north-south position. You're working that neck over on Lozano. Lozano has 20 seconds here to fight off his back, trying to get belly down. Be a 14-0 score once near fall awarded, so now 14-0 with 14 seconds to go in the second period. And mat number 2, Reed Volden from Northern Cass, a junior, taking on Riley Miller from Center Cass, a freshman. Volden has Miller on his back, working for the fall. And win by fall is Reed Volden from Northern Cass. He'll advance to the championship bracket, 132 prelim match. And that'll do it. Matthias Dahlstrom win by tech foul over Daniel Lozano. So Dahlstrom, your winner on mat number 1, 106 pounds. And mat number 4 is Zane Allwander taking on Levi Hinkle. Hinkle down 2-1 in the first period to Allwander. Zane Allwander, sophomore from Oaks, North Dakota, with a 14-6 record. Wrestling Levi Hinkle, 22-6 record from Pembina County North. Wrestling for the Grizzlies. Zane Allwander is wrestling for the Oaks Tornado. That's a 2-1 score in the first period over on mat number 4. And mat number 3, Jack McDonald from Kindred takes a 2-0 lead over Jalen Harsted from Mayport CG on mat number 3. Here in the first period, under a minute to go in that first period, 138-pound prelim match. Now mat number 1, Ricky Moto from Border West Buccaneers. Zach Ricky Moto, junior, 10-13 record, taking on Tyson Clable from Valley City, an 8th grader with a 13-13 record at 113 pounds. Clable goes up by a score of 2-0. And mat number 2, Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB, wearing that maroon and gold trim singlet, taking on Peyton Forcier for the Border West Buccaneers. That's on mat number 1, 132-pound prelim match. They're all knotted up at 0 piece in the first period with 35 seconds to go in the first period. All right, so you're listening to Day 1 coverage here on yourliveevent.com. We're going to go ahead and step away for a timeout, recharge your batteries, and get back here for more action from the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational from Lisbon, North Dakota.
They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Hey, welcome back to the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational Tournament from Lisbon, North Dakota. Out here, main floor of the gymnasium, mats 1 and 2. Mats 3 and 4 are next door in the Lisbon Armory, affectionately called the Omni here a few years back in the 80s. Mats number 1 and 2. Yeah, Tyson Clable up 5-0 over Zachary Kimoto from Border West Buccaneers. And mat 2, Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB. It's a 2-1 score with Peyton Forcier. Doctor wearing that maroon and gold trim singlet for the Lytton HMB Lions. And mat number 3, Jalen Harstead, Mayport CG, now down 4-1 to Jack McDonald from Kindred. That's in the second period at 138 pounds. And mat number 4 at 132 pounds. Zane Allender up now 5-1 over Levi Hinkle. Hinkle, you're ranked number 3 at 132 pounds. ND Russell latest ranking, so this will be an upset. Levi Hinkle from Pembina County North down 5-1 to to Zane Allender from Oaks, North Dakota, wrestling here for the Tornadoes, trying to pick up a big win here in the first round prelim match. Winner of that will advance into the championship bracket. They're in the third period. One thing about Hinkle, very dynamic wrestler. He's a wrestler, you can put him on his back, and half a second later he has you flipped over and you're pinned. So never count Levi Hinkle out of a match. They're down to a minute 34 to go in that fourth period, or in that third period. Hey, Clable working for a fall on mat number 1 with Ricky Moto from Valley City. And up over the top, heavy on the chest now, working that neck. Got a head and arm, applying pressure. They're down to 10 seconds. Left shoulder up now just by a little bit. Clable trying to work this foul. He's going to run out of time going to the third period. He's up 10-0. That's on mat number 1. Clable from Valley City up now 10-0 over Ricky Moto from Border West Buccaneers. Like I said, if you have any suggestions to try to get a better picture, more of the mat, or the issue with the volume here on yourliveevent.com, just go ahead and let us know and we'll get that fixed up. And if not, we don't have time tonight, we'll get it ready for tomorrow. Just trying something new with our 2 cameras on each mat. Normally we go to just have to shift back and forth between cameras, but we're fixed up here with 2 cameras, so we bring you coverage from both mat 1 and 2 inside the high school gymnasium here in Lisbon, North Dakota. It's a 2-1 score. Tight match on mat number 2 between Doctor from Lytton HMB and Forcier. And down to 40 seconds. Now Forcier takes a 3-1 lead for Border West. And Doctor has put some offense together down to 30 seconds, has to press the attack. Forcier is just intent to keep his back to the out of bounds. It's a 3-1 score, down to 15 seconds on mat number 2. The Doctor's working inside, trying to set up a throw, has double overs on Forcier. Forcier is backing off the mat. He's got to watch out. He's not going to get called for fleeing the mat, so he's warned for stalling. So Forcier warned for stalling, backing off the mat. Won't be enough for Doctor. Doctor shoots in right away. Time runs out. So your winner on mat number 232-pound prelim match and advancing in the championship bracket is Peyton Forcier from Border West Buccaneer by a score of 3-1. The final result. It's like Zane Allender, your winner, 5-2 over Levi Hinkle. I'll have to check that out, see when that pops up on the board here. I believe he won by decision. Zane Allender from Oaks, your winner, 5-2 over Levi Hinkle from Pembina County North. Upset alert at 138 pounds. 132 pounds. Upset alert at 132 pounds with Allender winning by decision over Hinkle from Pembina County North. Up on mat 4, Maddox Schockman from Lemoore wrestling Madden Schwab. Sophomore for Lemoore wrestling Madden Schwab, a 7th grader for the Lisbon JV. And Madden earned the nickname Muffalo in Pee Wee wrestling. Cross between a moose and a buffalo on the wrestling mat. Just a 7th grader here in the Storhaug tournament. First Storhaug wrestling tournament for Madden Schwab as a 7th grader. And Amos Romerman on mat number 1. Wrestling Miguel Rodriguez. Romerman was in trouble, was able to roll through. Scores 2 points for a takedown. Romerman, a freshman, wrestling Rodriguez, an 8th grader. It's a prelim match at 138 pounds on mat number 1. So Zawender is confirmed. That is a winner by a 5-2 decision over Levi Hinkle. 132 pounds. Up on mat number 3, Lisbon JV, Camden Rondesfit wrestling Henry Sledadal from Breck Wap. Breckenridge Wapaton Storm down here for the Storhaug wrestling tournament. They're up on mat number 3 in a prelim match at 145 pounds. And Maddox Schockman on mat 4 is up 5-0 over Madden Schwab. They're down to 10 seconds remaining in that first period. And Romerman working for the fall has Rodriguez in all kinds of trouble. Rodriguez going to be able to get, it gets pinned up just as his foot's going out of bounds. Referee slaps the mat. And Amos Romerman, your winner by fall on mat number 1. He'll advance to the championship bracket. Scoring points for the Lisbon JV here in the preliminary rounds. Amos Romerman, Lisbon JV advances, wins by fall over Miguel Rodriguez from Grafton. The final result, mat number 2, 152 pounds, Kevin Casper, winner over Robert Rodriguez from Grafton. Camden Rondesfit down 2-0 to Sledadal. A couple of freshmen going at it over in the Omni. Looks like Sledadal is your winner on mat number 3, 145 pounds. And Maddox Schockman on mat number 4 up 6-0 over Madden Schwab there in the second period with 1:25 to go. Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos taking on Charles Richter, freshman, and Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. Richter, a sophomore for Bismarck St. Mary's. The Lions wrestling 152 pounds in the tournament. Normally a 145-pound wrestler for the Lisbon Broncos. Wrestling 152 today. He's going to double up. Nice double leg, takes him down to the mat. Big double leg for Eli Lyons on mat number 2. Great elevation on that. Safely returns the mat. He picks up no 2 points. I thought he'd have a 2-point takedown. Now he's going to try a whip over on Richter. And Lyons has Richter in trouble, gets 2 points on the edge of the mat for his takedown. Richter in all kinds of trouble. Lyons is going to chin whip him over. Picking up near fall now is Eli Lyons for the Broncos. 152 pounds. Going to go out of bounce. Go up 4-0 on Charles Richter. It's on mat number 2. Well, Charles Richter ranked number 8 for North Dakota Class A at Bismarck St. Mary's. So another upset alert in the making on mat number 1. Right now, long ways to go in this match with the Lions up 4-0. It's at 152 pounds. At 152, another loaded weight class top to bottom with number 1 Marshall Lindgren from South Border. Cale Kovar from Carrington, number 5 in the state. Number 6, Ethan Stegman, Pembina County North. Number 7, North Dakota Class A, Alex Rogelstead from Valley City. Number 8, Cale Hebel from Lemoore. And then number 8, North Dakota Class A, Charles Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's in 152 pounds. Lyons takes Richter down to the mat. on that mat return. Down to 2 seconds to go. Lions leads this one going into the second, 4-0. I don't know, we got 5 mats going. I'm not sure what this, they just cloned a mat here on track wrestling. If anybody's following along on track wrestling, we got 5 mats going. We only have 4 mats in the tournament. And mat number 4, Maddox Shockman, is now up 12-0. Matt Schwab taking Shockman into that third period. Under a minute to go. Schwab down 12-0. All Lions in trouble. Richter getting a little revenge here in this second period. He's going to pick up maybe 2 near fall. He's up now. Ties it up 4-4. Has a hammer lock on Lions. This is on mat number 2, 4-4, all tied up. They get called out of bounds. A reset back in the center of the mat with Lions on bottom, working for a fall. Hunter Undum from Valley City was down 2-1. Wrestling Colby Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's. He's on mat 1, 145-pound preliminary match. And battles going on in the preliminary rounds. All reversal there by Hollenbeck. It's a 4-4 score. That one's also tied up. We got dual 4-4 scores both in the second period. A minute to go on mat number 1 with Richter and Lyons. St. Mary's trying to pick up some points in this preliminary round. 2 wrestlers here on mat 1 and 2, both tied up 4-4. A potentially dangerous call on mat number 2. And Maddox Shockman will winner by technical fall 17-0 over Matt and Schwab. That's over on mat number 4. And mat number 3, Max Sherbino from Carrington wrestling Luke Murch from Northern Cass. That's up on mat number 3, 170 pounds. Sherbino goes up 2-0. The Lions now up 5-4 on mat number 2. They're down to 30 seconds in the second period. The Eli Lions now leads 5-4. Still 4-4 tied up here on mat number 1 between Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's and Hunter Undum from Valley City on mat number 1, 145 pounds. And mat 4, Rylan Wall from Oaks is up 2-1 over Weston Jensen from Breck Wap. A couple of juniors battling it out. Richter in deep on Lions on the edge of the mat. They're going to elevate it. Time runs out on the clock. Lions goes into the third period up 5-4. It's Lions' choice. He's going to choose bottom. So Richter lets Lions go to start. The third period, now a 6-4 lead for Eli Lions. Richter feels he has advantage on the feet, so he's going to go for it. Lions up 6-4. Outside single by Richter on Eli Lions, freshman for the Lisbon Broncos. Richter looking to tie it up here with Lions. Lions going to defend. Richter takes him down to the mat. Still no takedown. Gets an arm over for 2 points. Now tied up 6-6. The Lions does a smart thing right away. Going to score 2 points for a reversal for Eli Lions. Richter was going to let him go. Coach is yelling at him to let him go, let him go. Richter getting a little clumsy there on the release. Lions goes up now 8-6. Lions working that wrist. Going to get a chin drop. Richter in trouble. Lions has that arm locked up. Now goes to bar half on Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. This is on mat number 2. Upset alert going on mat 2. Minute to go. Still a lot of time for Richter to come back here. Lions in control right now on top. The Lions, Richter able to get rid of that arm bar. The Lions now going to go back to that wrist. Attacking that wrist. Richter in a sit-out position, trying to get a little separation in the hips. The Lions takes the risk, going to ride back around, back to the chin drop. Richter gets away. Now 8-7. Richter scored the last couple takedowns on Lions. He's going to go in. Lions, not much of a sprawl, goes into a whizzer on Richter, able to get those hips away last 19 seconds. Here on mat number 1, we got an exciting finish going here on mat 2. Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's doubles up Lions, gets around for 2 points. Lions now up 10-7 on Richter. Upset alert on map number 2, 152 pounds for Eli Lyons, who will advance to the championship round. He defeats Charles Richter, number 8, North Dakota Class A. Goes down in the first round to Eli Lyons. It's at 152 pounds. Rylan Wald on mat number 4. A tight one with Weston Jensen from Breck Wap. That's a 4-3 score there in the second period. And Colton Griebel, winner by fall over Liam Lepp from Southboard. That's 113 pounds. That was over on mat number 3. Colton Griebel, number 1 ranked wrestler. In Class A at 113, advances in the championship round. Right now, 5-4 score. Your winner by fall from Bismarck St. Mary's is Colby Hollenbeck on mat number 2 over Hunter Undum. Undum was up. Back and forth battle. Hollenbeck reverses it, puts him on his back, and wins by fall. Oh, now Wald and Jensen tied up 5-5 on mat 4. And mat number 3, Drew Carr wrestling Jager Sand from Ellendale Call. 113-pound championship round matches now starting to come out here, back around to 113 pounds. That's on mat number 3. And mat number 2, Forcier, Patrick Forcier is working for a fall against Caden Grabber from Central Cass. Hasn't been in trouble here on the edge of the mat. Forcier up 4-1. Has 50 seconds to work for the fall. They get called out of bounds. He's up now 7-1. Your winner on mat number 1, Alex Rogelstead from Valley City, a senior over Jacob Hendricks from Carrington. A quick pin for Rogelstead from Valley City, advance to the championship rounds at 152 pounds. And Rylan Waldau takes an 8-5 lead, 145-pound match on mat number 4. He's up 8-5 over Weston Jensen from Breckenridge, or from Breck Wap. And mat number 1, out here, Gavin Niemeyer taking on John Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. Dahman, a senior, working a cradle, rolls over Niemeyer. They're working for a quick pin. Minute 30 mark is Dahman over Niemeyer. Niemeyer able to get belly down. It'll be a 5-0 lead for Dahman. And winner by fall is Patrick Forcier over Caden Grabber from Central Cass. That's 152-pound prelim match. So Patrick Forcier advances 152 pounds for the Border West Buccaneers. Rylan Wald now back and forth battle. End of the third period, he's up 11-9 over Weston Jensen from Breck Wap. Wald from Oaks. Couple of juniors battling it out, looking to make their way into the championship rounds. All tied up on mat 3. Now a 6-4 score with Drew Carr from Carrington, a sophomore wrestling Jager Sand from Illinois. They call him a 7th grader. Carr takes a 6-4 lead at 113 pounds on mat number 3. Working for a fall, Garrett Hebel, 160 pounds, worked the cradle on Colson Stahl, wins by fall. Advances in the championship rounds at 160 pounds. Your winner, Rylan Wald, on mat number 4, wins 11-9 by decision over Weston Jensen from Breck Wap. 11-9 winner for the Oaks Tornadoes. That was on mat number 4, 152 pounds. And Ian Anderson out here again for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling a second match in the consolation round. Wrestling Derek Jorison from Central Cass. So Anderson from Lisbon, 7th grader, wrestling Jorison, Central Cass, an 8th grader. Yeah, 7-0, no, 10-0 score on mat number 1 between Niemeyer and Dahman. Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's leads this one 10-0 with the red leg band. Ian Anderson quickly scores a 2-point takedown first 10 seconds. He's up 2-0 over Jorison from Central Cass. Now going for a cradle. And Jorison up on his base, holding his base, working for some hand control. Now Anderson throws on the chicken wing. We got a potentially dangerous call for a restart. Take a peek at our cameras. Everything looks good so far out there. Mats number 1 and number 2. This is your day 1 coverage of the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Wrestling started here about 5 minutes after 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're broadcasting on your live event from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, home of the Lisbon Broncos, the 2022 North Dakota State Class B dual champions and 2022 North Dakota State Class B individual champs. Now 2-0, yeah, and Anderson working for a fall over Jorison from Central Cass. Anderson wins by fall on mat number 2. So he'll advance in the consolation rounds. So Anderson advancing to the second round. He's up in at 106 pounds, picking up some points for the Lisbon JV. You do have a final with Dahman, the winner by fall over Niemeyer from Kindred. That was on mat number 1. And now Jager Sand takes 11-3 lead. There's final 15 seconds of that match on mat number 3, 113 pounds. He's up now 11-6 over Drew Carr from Carrington. And Logan Potts coming out here on mat number 1 for the Lemoore Lobos, Lemoore Litchville Marion Lobos. Wrestling Keith Moore from Pembina County North. This is championship round, 106 pounds on mat number 1. Logan Potts, number 4 ranked wrestler according to Indie Wrestle Rankings at 106 pounds. A very dynamic wrestler in his own right is Logan Potts. An 8th grader put in his time last year at 106 pounds for Lemoore. As a 7th grader, made it to the state tournament, a state qualifier. Lemoore brings back 10 state qualifiers from last year, 5 state place winners. They're looking to make some noise this year in the state Class B tournament. And Potts is up. Excuse me, no takedown in this first period. Now able to dump down more. He blocks the knee, gets a dump, and is going to hold him there for some near fall. So he has 2 takedown. He will pick up his 5 counts for near fall. He's up right now 5-0. Under a minute to go in the first period. And Sky Kramlich has a cradle locked up on Mossett. Has that knee of Mossett's. Yeah, head to knee right now. If it's not potentially dangerous, it has to be painful. Working the edge of the mat. And Mossett just trying to back out, and he gets that out of bounds called. And Mossett has to be extremely flexible there to fight off that cradle attempt by Sky Kramlich. Kramlich up 2-0, 28 seconds to go in the first period. And Logan Potts is your winner by fall over Keith Moore from Pembina County North. He advances championship round at 106 pounds. And Trace Hogarth from Carrington up on mat number 3 is up 5-0 over Trevor Lee, now up 7-0 there in the first period. Lee from Northern Cass Northern Cass in their first year of varsity wrestling. And Hogarth is up 7-0. That's on mat number 3. Trace Hogarth right now, number 1 ranked wrestler at 120 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals. Started the year at 126. They're tied up 2-2 to start the second period on mat number 2. Between Sky Kramlich from Carrington and Dylan Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's. And Mossett working over the top, has a crossface hooked up on Kramlich. Kramlich has a hold of that left knee and ankle, gets a potentially dangerous call. He'll have a restart back in the center of the mat. That's at 106 pounds on mat 2. Mat number 1, 106 pounds, championship round. Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's wrestling Jared Schilling from South Border. Schilling up now 2-0. They're in blood time with Bennett Grimm, the blood time for the St. Mary Saints. It's like they got everything cleaned up there. Schilling ready to go for the South Border Mustangs. Schilling defeated Ian Anderson earlier in that prelim match here in the championship round, taking on Bennett Grimm. Trace Hogarth now up 12-0. Mossett has a cradle hooked up on Sky Kramlich. He's up 4-2. He's going to pick up some near fall. Working the edge of the mat. Kramlich just trying to get out of bounds, get a restart. They're down to 40 seconds to go in that second period. And Hogarth is your winner on mat number 3 over Trevor Lee from Northern Cass. That was at 120 pounds, so Hogarth advances in the championship rounds. Blood time again on mat number 1 between Schilling and Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's. Jared Schilling representing the South Border Mustangs at 106 pounds. 2-0 lead for Schilling. Sky Kramlich down 7-2, riding on the bottom on mat. He's on mat number 2, 106 pounds. Kramlich is from Carrington. And Mossett wearing the blue singlets with the Saints down the back. White lettering for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints. He's up 7-2 over Kramlich. In the second period, moving into the third with a 7-2 score. A 2-point reversal or takedown there. Mat number 2 for Mossett. He's up now 9-2 over Sky Kramlich in the third period. A minute 40 to go in the third. He's up 9-2. He's still on blood time. Hey, down to 2:40 of blood time there only in the first period for Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's. And blood time stopped. Schilling from South Border is up 2-0. And Gunnar Hennessy from Border West Buccaneers, your winner on mat number 3 over Logan Nielsen from Mayport CBG. Now up on mat 3, 120 pounds, Drew Urbach for Central Cass. A sophomore wrestling Ryan Eng, a freshman for the Lisbon Broncos. That's bout is on mat number 3. Ryan Eng, number 2 ranked wrestler, 120 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. State runner-up last year at the 2022 State Class B tournament at 106 pounds. Wrestling right next to him on mat number 4 is Ryland Vetter from South Border at 106 pounds. That's Vetter's up 2-0 over Birchill from Breck-Wap. A couple of 7th graders battling it out. That's on mat number 4. Vetter up now 4-0. Yeah, Eng takes a quick 2-0 lead on mat number 3 over Drew Urbach from Central Cass. Kramlich down now 12-2 under the third period, so Dylan Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's will advance. The major decision win for the Bismarck St. Mary's Saints by a score of 12-2 over Sky Kramlich from Carrington at 106 pounds. And Jared Schilling has a cradle locked up. Grimm's able to stretch out of that. Gets belly down on the mat. That's on mat number 1. Schilling leads 4-1 for South Border. You do have a final, mat number 3. Ryan Eng is your winner by fall. He advances 120-pound championship round for the Lisbon Broncos. Was on mat number 3 at 120 pounds. So Ryan Eng advances. Now up on mat 3, Levi Kelly from Oaks. Sophomore wrestling Coleman Barth from Breckwap Storm. A junior. That's up on mat 3, 126 pounds. And mat 4, Gavin Rude from the Kindred Vikings wrestling Walker Miller from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe Thunder. Rude, a 7th grader with a 7-8 record, wrestling Miller, an 8th grader with a 9-8 record. And Josiah Crandall quickly up 2-0 on mat number 2 from Central Cass, a senior wrestling Diamond Cano from Pembina County North, a sophomore. Crandall quickly goes to work, has a screwdriver hookup to win by fall. Josiah Crandall advances at 120 pounds into the championship round. Winner by fall over Diamond Cano from Pembina County North. Now a 7-3 score. Bennett Grimm's able to score a reversal on Schilling. Schilling belling down, has a double armbar hooked up. They'll run out of time at that end of the third period, so just a little bit too late. Excuse me, start of the third period. It's a 7-3 score. So Schilling's choice, he picks neutral. Bennett Grimm has a little momentum with that reversal, and then had double armbar hooked up. Just started to turn Schilling as time expired on the clock in that second period. They're still scoreless in the first period on mat number 4 between Gavin Rude from Kindred and Walker Miller from EEK. Scoreless in the first, under 50 seconds to go. And mat number 2, Cruiser Burns from Grafton wrestling Zeke Symington from Pembina County North. Burns takes a 2-0 lead with that takedown. Burns wearing the red leg band, and Symington quickly escapes. Now a 2-1 score with a minute to go in the first period. It's at 120 pounds on mat 2. Now a 7-5 score. Bennett Grimm scores the takedown on mat number 1 over Jared Schilling. I think Schilling now with his own blood time. Not sure if he has a cut lip. He has some other issues going on there over by mat 1. So once they resume, or if they resume competition on mat 1, Jared Schilling's up 7-5. They're in the third period with 58 seconds to go. He is on injury time, so he's down to 40-some seconds of injury time remaining. Hey, Cruiser Burns is up 4-1 on mat number 2, 120 pounds. It's a 4-1 score, a 4-1 lead for Cruiser Burns over Zeke Symington from Pembina County North. They do have blood time on mat 4. And still scoreless in the second period at 106 pounds between Gavin Rude from Kindred and Walker Miller from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe Thunder. That's scoreless in the second with a minute 30 to go. And Coleman Barth from Breck Wap wins by fall over Levi Kelly from Oaks, 106 pounds. That is on mat number 3, or was on mat number 3. So Coleman Barth from Breck Wap Storm advances over Levi Kelly into the championship rounds at 106 pounds. So we'll go ahead and step away with blood time, injury time here on mat number 1 and 2. Step away for another timeout. You're listening to YourLiveEvent.com here from the 2023 edition of the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament, live from Lisbon, North Dakota.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Folks, it's tax season, and the best way to teach your kids about taxes is by eating 30% of their ice cream. And the best way to learn about your tax situation is contacting Olson Accounting. They'll answer any question you have from an individual or business point of view. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Hey, welcome back to Lisbon High School Gymnasium. I'm mat number 2, Cruiser Burns, working for a fall on mat 2 on Zeke Symington, Pembina County North. So Cruiser Burns wins by fall, 120 pounds to advance to the championship round. For the Grafton Spoilers, that's what was on mat number 2. Hey, Cruz Ranke, while we were on our break, was winner by fall. Had a tough opening round match against the Border West Buccaneers, 106-pounder. Able to pull that out in overtime, comes back in this championship round and wins by fall. So a tough opening round match in the prelims. Ranke comes back, the championship round, second match, and wins by a fall, advancing and pick up some more points for the Lisbon Broncos in this championship round of wrestling. Oh, Drew Sikora, the Border West Buccaneers on mat number 2, wrestling Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks Tornadoes. And Bennett Grimm, Jared Schilling going at it here. It's a 7-8 score. It scored 9-8. But Bennett Grimm goes up 9-8. Schilling not feeling well. Or maybe just had too much to eat after weigh-ins. But anyways, he goes down 9-8. At 106 pounds to Bennett Grimm. So Bennett Grimm, your winner by decision, 9-8 over Jared Schilling from South Border. That was on mat number 1, 106 pounds. Drew Sikora working around for a mat return and trying to score some points on Matthias Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom hand control. Nice hip heist and spins away. No score given up. They're still in the neutral position here in the first period with a minute to go. And Walker Miller up now 4-0 into the third period over Gavin Rude from Kindred. Walker from EEK is up 4-0. And Caden Robertson, Lisbon JV, wrestling Zayd Heyer from Oaks. And Robertson just did a cartwheel over Heyer, now comes back with double underhooks. A little bit of reversal. Heyer was on his back momentarily. Robertson picks up 2 points for a takedown. That's your final. Walker Miller wins by decision 4-1 over Gavin Rude from Kindred. That's at 113 pounds for the Kindred Vikings. So Walker Miller advances for EEK in the championship round. We have clasping violation, so 2-1 score with Robertson and Heyer after things got settled down. Robertson went with the cash money, had Heyer around, going down or over to his back. Heyer's able to bridge through that. A big scramble there with Robertson coming out on top. He's up 2-0. Dinged with a technical violation for clasping. Gives up a point to Heyer, so he's up now 2-1. The minute to go in the first period. That's at 120 pounds. Your brother Gavin Robertson for Lisbon JV wrestling on mat number 4, 113 pounds against Ethan Tazaric from Illendale Edgeley Combe Thunder. That match underway on mat number 4. Gavin Robertson, now Caden Robertson with his own cradle. They Sticks that bottom knee in the side. You're going to scoot those hips away. Going to working for the fall for the Lisbon JB. Will win by fall. And advances over Zayed Higher from Oaks. So Caden Robertson, your winner at 120 pounds by fall over Zayed Higher from Oaks. And Gavin Robertson on mat 4 up 2-0 over Tazaric from Illinois Edge of the Comb. He had a tight match at 106 pounds with Drew Sikora and Matthias Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom is up 7-4. They're in the second period with a minute 20 to go. That's a 7-4 score. Now Eli Larson, 126 pounds. Minnesota, number 1 ranked Minnesota Class A. Eli Larson from the Border West Buccaneers. Wrestling Tristan Miller from Central Cass. That match is up now on mat number 1. I have to go up in the crow's nest tomorrow. You get a lot of fan participation in the live stream when you're sitting down here. So now 4-2 score. Eli Larson's up 4-2 as they're in the first period. Couple quick takedowns. Goes back in for another takedown. He's now up 6-2. Excuse me, it's now a 6-3 score. And Drew Sikora, Matthias Dahlstrom, your winner by fall. So Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks wins by fall over Drew Sikora from Border West Buccaneers at 106 pounds. That was on mat number 2. And Gavin Robertson still maintains a 2-0 lead over Tazaric from Illinois Combe. They're in the second period with a minute 15 to go. Earlier, brother Caden won by fall at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Well, Larson putting on a takedown clinic. He's up 10-5, 126 pounds on mat 1. Increases that lead now 12-5. With 23 seconds to go in this first period, up 12-5. And mat number 2, it's a 2-0 lead for Logan Werner from Pembina County North over Alex Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's in the championship rounds at 113 pounds. And mat 3, another Pembina County North wrestler on mat number 3, up 2-0 over Isaac Navarro from Grafton. That's on mat number 3. They're in the first period with a minute 39 to go. Working for a fall is Logan Werner over Alex Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. So Werner from Pembina County North advances, wins by a fall over Alex Dahman at 113 pounds on mat number 2. Eli Larson up 14-5, a minute 47 to go in the second period over Tristan Miller. And Gavin Robertson, a back and forth battle now in the third period. The 3-2 score with Ethan Tazaric from Ellendale Edge of the Combe. In mat number 2, South Borders Tristan Lepp, a junior, 13-5 record, taking on Simon Snyder, a freshman from Central Cass. Lepp with the quick 2-point takedown in the opening 10 seconds of the match. That's on mat number 2, 126 pounds. Larson picks up 2 near fall. Going to run him back over again. He's up 16-5. Larson going to try to finish this one off with the fall or win by a fall on mat number 1. The Border West Buccaneers, that'll do it. So Eli Larson, your winner by a fall over Tristan Miller on mat number 1 at 126 pounds. Another final, Tristan Lepp winner by fall for the South Border Mustangs over Schneider from Central Cass. Tristan Lepp advances for the Mustangs at 126 pounds. Riker vetter for South Border, 132 pounds, wrestling Peyton Lamar Jr. Should be a good match on mat number 2. So keep your eyes peeled to the cameras for mat 2. In the first period, just underway. Riker vetter, number 7 ranked wrestler, turning state qualifier, also a state place winner for the South Border Mustangs as a 7th grader. Wrestling Peyton Lamar Jr. Lamar's been out of the lineup for the last year and a half with injuries. He's able to come back. Vetter dumps Lamar down to his hip. He's going to score 2 points for a takedown quickly over the top. He get called out of bounds for a restart. And mat number 1, Hayden Tummel for Central Cass, wrestling Miles Steele just for the Kindred Vikings. It's at 126 pounds championship round there in the first period, with Steele just locks up a cradle on Tummel from Central Cass. He's up 2-0, working for a fall as Miles Steele just pick up his 3 near fall. He's up 5-0. Gavin Robertson at the end of the third period looks like he pulls that one out on mat 4. 5-3 winner by decision for Lisbon JV is Gavin Robertson over Ethan Tazaric from Ellendale Edgley Combe. Now mat number 3. Let's see if that one is a final. Looks like Robertson does win that one by a score of 5 by decision, 5-3 at 113 pounds. So Gavin Robertson advances in the championship rounds. And mat 3, Gabe Clifton for the Carrington Cardinals. He's up 2-0 over Tyson Clable from Valley City. That's 113 pounds on mat number 3. A 2-1 score at the end of the period. Lamar is able to score and escape. A 2-1 lead for Riker Vetter going into the second. It's like Vetter's choice. He'll defer to Lamar. Lamar's picks bottom. Theo Justin Tummel from Central Cass. That's a 5-0 lead in the second period with 1:48 to go. And Joey Hyde on mat 4, wrestling Gavin Giffey from Northern Cass. Giffey gets a 2-point takedown on Hyde. That's at 113 pounds. And Giffey wrestling for Northern Cass, a 7th grader wrestling a freshman, and Joey Hyde. He's up 2-0 in the first period with 40 seconds to go. That's on mat number 4. Yeah, Lamar ties it up now, 2-2. Vetter picks up the first takedown in the first period. Well, Lamar ties it up in the second, now 2-2. We're down to 1:15 to go in the second period. Riker Vetter from South Border wearing the blue singlet with the white trim, wrestling Peyton Lamar from Central Cass. Well, Lamar with the nice elbow pass. And Vetter's able to get those hips turned. We're down to 1 minute to go in the second. Now Vetter working back on that dump, able to take Lamar down to the mat. That's one of not only a South Border move, but definitely a Riker Vetter signature move is hitting that dump, blocks the knee, puts you down to your hip, and gets around behind for his 2-point takedown. He's up now 4-2. Lamar's 2 points coming off escapes in the first and second period. They're down to 30 seconds to go in the second. Riker Vetter deferred to start the second. Lamar chose bottom. Have a potentially dangerous call. They'll get a restart back in the center of the mat. Miles Steele for the Kindred Vikings is up 7-0 over Aiden Tummel from Central Cass. They're in the second period with 20 seconds to go. Vetter, looks like he had a clasping. Referee Brandon Nielsen waves that one off. Vetter's going to try to hold on here. He has to return him to the mat. He's called for stalling. Back trips Lamar. Lamar's going to try to spin around here at the end of the second. Not able to score. He's down 4-2 to start the third. So Gabe Clifton for the Carrington Cardinals up on mat 3 is up 4-0 over Tyson Clable and for Valley City. Wrestling for the Highliners. That's in the second period with 40 seconds to go. It's on mat 3, mat 4. Blake Mitleiter for Lytton HMB. Wrestling Blaine Wald for Oaks. Wald takes a 2-0 lead at 126 pounds on mat number 4. Vetter hits his 2 points. He's all up 6-2 with 1:40 to go on Peyton Lamar. Lamar down 6-2 to Riker Vetter. Lamar has Vetter high. Just trying to pull out the back. Vetter kind of in this inside near leg ride position, we'll call it. Lamar down to minute 10. Now comes across with a hard crossface on Lamar. Vetter threw a hard crossface, spin Lamar back around. Lamar is able to get back to his base, stands up. And Vetter was warned for stalling. Now a 6-3 score with 50 seconds to go in the third period. Got time, maybe some blood time here. I would say it is on Lamar after that hard crossface by Vetter. Now have blood time on mat number 2. And mat 1, Miles Steele just not for the Kindred Vikings up now 9-0 at 126 pounds over Aiden Tuamo for Central Cass. A couple of 8th graders battling out with Steele just having the upper hand on mat number 1. And Gabe Clifton, mat 3, now up 9-0 over Tyson Clable. They're in the third period with 1:25 to go. That's over on mat 3 in the Omni. Mat 4, and Blaine Wald, a senior for Oaks, up 4-0 over Blake Midlighter, a senior for the Lytton HMB Lions. That's on mat 4 at 126 pounds. Wald leads that 4-0. We got a little injury time, blood time on both mats here in the main gymnasium on mats number 1 and number 2. We're going to go ahead and step away for another word from our sponsors. We'll be back live from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, home of the Lisbon Broncos.
What does it take to make fitness part of your lifestyle? It's intention. It's commitment. It's resilience. It's just who you are. You put in the time and effort to stay active. Our expert orthopedic and sports medicine providers also put in the time and effort to invest in new methods and treatments. Whatever you do to stay active, we are here to keep you moving. It's just who we are. Orthopedics and sports medicine like nowhere else.
Hey, back here at the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, closing out this Peyton Lamar Riker Vetter match on mat number 2. Lamar has an okie dokie. The cash money on Vetter. He's going to get around. Trying to scoop the head. Vetter's able to get back through scoot back through the back door. Hip ice through on that. We're going to run out of time for Peyton Lamar. So Riker Vetter wins 6-3, winner by decision. Advances at 132 pounds for the South Border Mustangs. And Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos up on mat number 1. Wrestling Bismarck St. Mary's, Jacob Windsor, a couple of freshmen. At 126 pounds on mat number 1. Anderson leads this one by a score of 2-0. Gabe Clifton, your winner, 11-0 on mat number 3. Advances for the Carrington Cardinals. On mat number 3, now up is Cashton Wadeson for the Lisbon Broncos, a junior with a 20-1 record. Number 1 ranked wrestler at 132 pounds for Class B. Wrestling Quincy Corbin from Valley City. That match is underway now, 132 pounds. Wadeson quickly goes up 2-0. And Blaine Wald in the third period on mat 4 is up 9-0 on Blake Mitleiter. Wald with a major decision lead with 1:30 to go in that third period over Blake Mitleiter from Lytton HMB at 126 pounds. Noah Anderson, winner by fall, hooks up a cradle on Windsor from Bismarck St. Mary's. Noah Anderson, your winner, 126 pounds. He advances for the Lisbon Broncos. And mat 2, Jude Olson, the Border West Buccaneers, wrestling Reed Bolden for Northern Cass. Jude Olson up now 2-0 in the first period with a minute to go in that first period. And all under a minute. And up for the Lisbon Broncos, Lisbon JV, Weston Clausen, wrestling Chance Burns, a senior. Chance Burns at 132 pounds. He is the number 4 ranked wrestler in Class B. Earlier tonight we had an upset with Levi Hinkle being defeated. At 132 pounds. That'll break up that bracket a little bit. One of the brackets to watch here at the Storhaug at 132. Already have an upset with Hinkle going down in that preliminary round. And Jude Olson, your winner by fall on mat 2 over Reed Bolden from Northern Cass. That was 132 pounds. And Cash Wadeson, winner by fall over on mat number 3, advances for the Lisbon Broncos, picking up bonus points in that first championship round for the Lisbon Broncos. That was at 132 pounds. Blaine Wald, time expires on the clock. He's up 9-2 over Blake Mitleiter from Lytton HMB. They're in the end of the third period. Looks like Blaine Wald will advance for the Oaks Tornadoes. And Clausen goes down 2-0 to Chance Burns from Grafton. Like I said, Burns, the number 4 ranked wrestler. North Dakota Class B, 132 pounds. Now up on mat 2 is Tucker Johnson for Valley City. Tucker Johnson ranked number 8 for North Dakota Class A, wrestling Peyton Forcier. Johnson, a senior with a 20-7 record for the Highliners. Peyton Forcier, a sophomore, 16-12 record for the Border West Buccaneers. This mat number 2 with Johnson wearing the face mask. In the blue singlet. Or in the blue singlet with the white. With the white trim. And Forcier down 5-0 now to Tucker Johnson. That's on mat number 2, 132 pounds. And Hunter Parisian for the Central Cass Squirrels is up 5-4 over Zane Allwander, 132 pounds. Allwander advanced in the championship round from the prelims by defeating Levi Hinkle from Pembina County North. He's down now to Hunter Parisian from Central Cass, 5-4. It's on mat number 3, 132 pounds. Be a good one to be a fly on the wall right now in the Omni over in the Armory. On mat 3, keep an eye on that one. Hunter Parisian and Zane Allwander, 132 pounds. Now Jordan Dick on mat 4 for Lisbon JV. We're wrestling Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore. Jordan Dick, a junior with a 13-8 record. Ketterling, a junior from Lemoore with a 5-3 or a 5-11 record. He's up on Jordan Dick 3-2 at 132 pounds. They're still in the first period, under a minute to go. Jordan Dick now ties it up 3-3. Down to 30 seconds to go in that first period on mat number 4, 132 pounds. And Clausen, the leg cradle here by Chance Burns, has a leg cradle on Clausen. Clausen able to get back belly down. Scores 3 near fall. Is up 14-0 for Chance Burns. They're in the second period with a minute 30 to go. And Tucker Johnson on mat 2, up 5-0 over Peyton Forcier. And working over the top and winning by fall is Chance Burns. He'll advance. Number 4 ranked wrestler in North Dakota Class B. Wins by fall over Weston Clausen of the Lisbon JV. That's at 132 pounds over on mat 1. We have a final. See that Jordan Dick match on mat 4 for the Lisbon Broncos. See where that one went. Fight will wait for that to pop up on the ticker tape on the top. Coy Griebel going out at 138 pounds, number 1 Class A for Valley City Highlanders, wrestling Dan Bergmans from the Breck-Wap Storm. That's on mat number 1. Griebel with 2 quick takedowns in the first 30 seconds is up now 4-2. Tucker Johnson leads 5-0. Mat number 2, 132 pounds for the Valley City Highlanders. He's wearing the blue singlet, white trim with the black face mask. We're still in the first championship round matches at the 2023 the Storhaug Wrestling Invitational here from Lisbon, North Dakota. You're listening to YourLiveEvent.com. We'll be here for both days of wrestling. They're bringing it to you live from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium and then over in the Omni. And mats 1 and 2 here in the main gymnasium with the cameras. Mats 3 and 4 over in the armory next door. Forsey able to score an escape with 50 seconds to go in that second period. 5-1 score with Tucker Johnson. And Corey Griebel leads this one 16-7. They're down to the final 15 seconds. Now Griebel tightens it up. He'll win by a fall and advances for the Valley City Highlanders. So number 1 Class A, North Dakota Class A, Corey Griebel advances at 138 pounds. Still waiting to find that final over for Jordan Dick over on mat number 4. Looks like he did win by fall over Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore. So Jordan Dick advances championship round, 132 pounds for the Lisbon Bronco JV. Winner by fall over Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore. And Colin Steidler for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints at 138 pounds wins by fall on mat number 4 over Dylan Priesmus from Border West Buccaneers. Colin Steidler. I think I missed him on the rankings. We'll have to take a look at that. Yep, ranked number 2 North Dakota Class A at 132 pounds. Bumped up here. I think he was at 138. No, he is at 132. So I just read that weight class wrong. So Colin Steidler looking for a class, or looking to clash with Cashton Wadeson here at 132 pounds. Wadeson, number 1 ranked Class B, North Dakota Class B. Colin Steidler, number 2, North Dakota Class A. Steidler advances, winner by fall. And Brody Hoffman for the Southborn Mustangs wrestling Maddox Shockman on mat number 1, 138-pound first round action. Hoffman is up 4-0. 4-1 now. Working another takedown. Hit a goal behind and working that crossface with Shockman. And down on the leg. He'll get his 2 points. So 6-1 lead for Brody Hoffman over Maddox Shockman from Moore. That's on mat number 1, 138 pounds. And mat number 2, Tucker Johnson up 7-1. They're in the third period with Peyton Forcier from the Border West Buccaneers. That's at 132 pounds, first round action. And Amos Romerman wrestling Jordan Richter at 138 pounds. Amos Romerman, Lisbon JV, won his opening match by fall in the prelim rounds, making it into the championship bracket, wrestling Jordan Victor from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's a 2-0 lead for Richter. And Johnson now working for a fall. Forcey able to roll through, gets back belly down. Johnson picks up 2 more points. He's up 9-1. It looks like Richter we'll see what the final of that one. There is a final on mat 4 between Romerman and Richter. Richter is your winner by fall for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints over Amos Romerman from the Lisbon Bronco JV. Winner by fall in the first period at 138 pounds. Our scoreboards today and during the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament are sponsored by Bank North. So Bank North offers the perfect sync for your busy life with their online banking and mobile app. Wherever you go, take Bank North along and handle your banking requests anytime for all of your accounts. It's values-based bank without ever slowing down. To get your account, visit ibanknorth.com. Member of the FDIC and proud supporter of our communities. That's Bank North of North Dakota. But Chucker Johnson wins by major decision 12-4 on mat number 2 over Peyton Forestier. So Tucker Johnson advances championship bracket at 132 pounds. And Carson Glazeman, your winner by fall over Bryce Kerrigan from Pembina County North. Glazeman from South Border, Kerrigan from Pembina County North. Glazeman wins by fall. He'll advance championship round. That was on mat number 4 at 145 pounds. And mat number 1, Maddox Schockman, down now 10-2 to Brody Hoffman from South Border. Hoffman right now with a major decision. They're going at the end of the second period. You got 2 more. Takes a 12-2 lead over Maddox Schockman. Excuse me, now 12-3 with 1 point escape for Schockman. And mat number 2, 138 pounds, Grant Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes, wrestling Owen Deal from Border West Buccaneers. Wagner has an armbar hooked up, caught the far wrist, trying to walk it around. It was a hammer lock and straightens the arm out, flips over. Deal to his back. He's going to win by fall for the Oaks Tornadoes as Grant Wagner. The senior comes through, scoring bonus points. He'll advance at 138-pound championship round. Hoffman now up on mat number 1, 16-3 with 1:40 to go in the third period. And mat number 3, looks like we have Fisher Johnson over Forestier from the Border West Buccaneers. Or excuse me, over Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. That was at 138 pounds, so Fisher Johnson of Kindred, he'll advance the championship round. Wins in sudden victory, overtime match, 6-4 for the Kindred Vikings. Mat number 3, Carter Wallner going out for the Lisbon Broncos. Senior with a 9-1 record, wrestling Christian Cast, a sophomore for the Breck Wap Storm. And Wallner picking up his 100th win last week for the Lisbon Broncos, up now 2-0 on mat number 3 at 138 pounds over Clast from Breck Wap Storm. And mat number 1, Brody Hoffman, your winner. On mat number 1, he'll advance, picking up bonus points for South Border Mustangs at 145 pounds. He wins over Maddox Schockman. That was on mat number 1. Or excuse me, at 138 pounds. And Corbin Clifton for Carrington Cardinals is up 2-0 on mat 2. 1:09 to go. It'll be a 2-1 score. So now 2-1 score with Jack McDonald from the Kindred Vikings. Their first round, championship round here at 138 pounds with Clifton and McDonald going at it. It's 2-1 score. And Carter Wallner down with 30 seconds to go, still up 2-0. Looks like that one just went final. So Carter Wallner is your winner by fall over Christian Cast from the Breck Wap Storm. He'll advance 138 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. Now, something we haven't seen lately is Mike Nelson for the Lisbon Broncos. They're wrestling in the Storhaug tournament. It's been out of the lineup with an injury. He's come back today. Come back this weekend, wrestling for the Broncos. Taking on Carter Wadeson from Northern Cass. Nelson quickly out, 2-0. And Corbin Clifton, your winner by fall over McDonald. So Corbin Clifton will advance at 138 pounds on mat number 2. No, 2-1 score on mat 3 with Nelson from Lisbon and Wadeson, Carter Wadeson from Northern Cass. Nelson out at 4-1. A couple quick takedowns in that opening minute for Mike Nelson. Trying to knock off some of that ring rust, long layoff with an injury. And mat number 4, Rylan Wald for the Oaks Tornadoes takes a 2-0 lead over Jeremy Knight for the Kindred Vikings at 145 pounds. Their first round, championship round over on mat number 4. And Carson Brown, 145 pounds, the senior for the Pembina County North Grizzlies, wrestling Kevin Casper, Border West Buccaneers. It's on mat number 2 with Brown taking a 2-0 lead. And Carson Brown at 145 is a number 3 ranked wrestler. Now you put Mike Nelson in at 145. Makes things a little more interesting here at the Storhaug. I thought Hillsborough Central Valley was supposed to be here. I haven't seen any of the wrestlers. I'll have to recheck the team lineups. I know a couple teams dropped out. Manoma Wobbin dropped out. And Hillsborough Central Valley may be another team that decided not to come down this year. Well, Mike Nelson is your winner by fall at 145 pounds, advancing in the championship round, picking up bonus points for the Lisbon Broncos. Here, Marshall Lindgren out for the South Border Mustangs at 152, taking on Brock Lions for the Lisbon JV. And tough first round match for Lions of the Lisbon JV. You go down by fall to Marshall Lindgren. That was on mat number 3. And mat number 1, that's Colby Hollenbeck for Bismarck St. Mary's. He leads 10-0 over Jaden Johnson from Central Cass. Hollenbeck, a freshman, 9-11 record, wrestling Jaden Johnson, a senior, with a 13-14 record. Now up on mat number 2 is Ethan Stegman wrestling Alex Rogelstead. That's at 152 pounds, championship round. That match just underway on mat 2. Jaden Johnson, never 2 reversal and also 2 near fall at the end of that period. It's a 12-4 score. To start the third period, it's down, Jaden Johnson now down 12-4 to Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's. It's still scoreless on mat number 2, 152 pounds, between Ethan Stegman from Pembina County North and Alex Rogelstead for Valley City. That's a 12-4 score, the 8-point lead for Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's. And Hollenbeck, he throws Johnson down on the mat and he'll win by fall. Avoiding the upset, here's Colby Hollenbeck. He'll win by fall over Jaden Johnson from Central Cass. Advances at 145 pounds in the championship round. And mat number 2, still 0-0 between Stegman from Pembina County North and Rogelstead for Valley City. The Rogelstead for the Highlanders wearing the blue singlet with the white trim. And Rogelstead hits a headlock, edge of the mat. He's going to pick up 2 points for a takedown, but Stegman's going to come out the back door, so he'll get 2 reversal. It's tied up 2-2 with 30 seconds to go. In Valley City, they are known for throwing headlocks and big moves. They like the gator roll. They like headlocks. We have a 3-2, I believe a 3-2 score or a 2-1. A little discussion going on there between Coach Larson and the scoring table and the official. Still trying to get it squared away on mat number 2. Looks like it's now a 2-2 score. And maybe a 2-3 lead for Rogelstead, or a 3-2 lead for Rogelstead once they get this sorted out. Yeah, mat number 1, Tanner Mingy for Kindred Vikings, a 7th grader wrestling Henry Slededal for the Breck-Wap Storm. He's up 2-0 at 145 pounds. That's on mat number 1. A 5-2 score, so it's a 5-2 lead for Rogelstead over Stegman. He did count out some near fall on that, on the headlock. And mat number 3, Kale Kovar from Carrington leads 5-1 over Blake Ketterling from Lytton HMB. That's on mat number 3 at 152 pounds. And up on mat 4, Garrett Hebel wrestling Zach Ward. Zach Ward, a freshman for the Lisbon JV. Hebel, a senior, 2-time state champion, state runner-up last year at 170 pounds. Wrestling Zach Ward. Zach Ward for the Lisbon JV, his first year of wrestling. He's meeting up with the 2-time state champion here in the first round, championship round at 160 pounds. That's on mat number 4 over in the Armory. And Slededal from the Storm, going over to his back. It looked like he had a hip heist around. Now he's going to give up a couple near fall. It's a 4-0 now, 6-0 score, 6-0 lead for Tanner Mengi from Kindred. He opened up this 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament with a, I'm going to say, a bunch of prelim matches. So we're now still, or I should say, we're still in the first championship round of wrestling. It started a little bit after 5 o'clock. Going on 6:45 here at the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Garrett Hebel up 2-0 on mat 4. Looks like he is a winner by fall over Zach Word of the Lisbon JV. So Hebel picking up bonus points, advances in the championship round at 160 pounds. That 160 weight class is loaded. I'm on Class B and Class A, North Dakota Class A thrown in there. Possible matchups here. Garrett Hebel, number 1 ranked wrestler. Number 2, Blaze Ranke from Lisbon. Number 3, Isaiah Caruth from the Illinois Calm Thunder. Number 4, North Dakota Class A, Harrison Grod from Bismarck St. Mary's. Number 7, North Dakota Class B, Cole Stock from South Border. And number 8, North Dakota Class B, Cade Olson Tinglestead from Central Cass. That's 160 pounds. Loaded top to bottom here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. And Mangy takes a 6-0 lead with 20 seconds to go in that second period. And mat number 2, Stegman from Pembina County North, down 7-4 to Rogelstead from Valley City, and mat number 252 pounds. And mat 3, Carl Chernlin for the Illinois Calm Thunder is down 5-0 to Patrick Forcier, a senior for the Border West Buccaneers at 152 pounds on mat 3. That's a 5-0 lead for Forcier over Chernlin. And mat 4, just underway, or should say under a minute to go in that first period. Keith Moore from Pembina County North, a junior, wrestling Daniel Lozano from Midport CG, a sophomore. That's a consolation round match on mat number 4 at 106 pounds. Still scoreless in the first period on mat 4. And out of bounds, Stegman. He caught a head and arm on Rogelstead, but they go out of bounds. A minute 49 to go in this third period on mat number 2. Mangy in control 8-0 on mat 1 over Slededal from Breck-Wap Storm. They're in the third period with a minute 27 to go. Still 7-4 score. A minute 24 to go with Rogelstead in a situation position. Is stuck underneath right now with Stegman over the top with the crossface. Butcher, screwdriver, locked up. applying a lot of top pressure. Not able to move Rogelstead. We'll get a stalemate, restart back in the center of the mat. We're on mat number 2, 152 pounds. Peterson rolling a hip heist. Now a technical violation by Sledadal, so he'll give up 1 point. A 9-2 score with Mangy scoring a reversal and has a cradle locked up. So 2-point reversal for Tanner Mangy on mat number 1. I think they have a 9-2 or 10-2 lead, I believe, for Mangy on mat number 1, 145 pounds. A 7-4 score on mat number 2. We'll close out the match here on mat number 2 with Rogelstead up 7-4. He's on the bottom. And Rogelstead standing up with Stegman over the top. He hooks the inside leg. He could hook up a head cradle here and just rip it over, trying to hit a crossface. He's going to go over the top with the cradle. He jumps over the top. Those legs, Rogelstead getting a little bit weak. He's going down. We're scoring. We're no near fall yet. It's a 7-4 score. He's going to run out of time. Gets a 1 count. He's going to run out of time for Stigman from Pembina County North, so Rogelstead will advance by decision, 7-4 on mat number 2 at 152 pounds. As Stegman locked that cradle up, somersaulted over the top, and those legs started giving out on Rogelstead, but Rogelstead's able to hold him off. It wins by decision, advances the championship round for the Valley City Highliners at 152 pounds on mat number 2. Chernlin down on mat number 3 from Ellen Dodgley-Culm to Patrick Forcier from Border West Buccaneers, down 8-2 at 152 pounds on mat number 3. They're in the third period, under 30 seconds to go. And Keith Moore is your winner on mat 4 at 106 pounds over Lozano from Mayport CG. He'll advance to the second rounds of Consolations. And up for the Lisbon Broncos is Eli Lyons wrestling Gabriel Martinez from Pembina County North. Lyons quickly with the takedown and a bar half. Is a locked up. He's going to score 3 near fall for the Lisbon Broncos. Still hasn't broke the hold. He scoops the head of Martinez and pushes him back over. Now goes to the head arm, going to stretch the arm out. Yeah, heavy on top in the Saturday night ride for Eli Lyons. He picks up 3 near fall. He's up 5-0. Eli Lyons in the first round, or I should say in that preliminary round, he upset number 8 North Dakota Class A, according to this is Dakota Grappler rankings. Number 8 North Dakota Class A, Charles Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. So I'll call that an upset here at 152. Lions bumped up in the lineup now at 152 for the Broncos. And picks up a nice first round win over Richter. Now here in the second round, he's up 5-0 over Gabriel Martinez from Pembina County North. Has a double armbar, flattens out Martinez. Martinez left shoulder up just a little bit. And Lyons felt that, and he's going to win by a fall over Gabriel Martinez, picking up bonus points in this first championship round for the Broncos. And mat 4, Gavin Rude. And Consolation, bumped down to the Consolation rounds. He's up 2-0 over Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. They're in the second period with 1:25 to go. In mat 1, Cale Hebel is up 8-0 at 152 on mat 1, wrestling Vincent Lingenfelder from Bismarck St. Mary's. They're in the second period with 1 minute to go. This is mat number 1, 152 pounds. Hebel in the black singlet. Their black singlet with the, I guess you call it the black and white trim. Walking over an armbar, picks up his near fall. The referee's still on his feet now. He's going to get down, takes a closer look at it with 45 seconds to go. This is mat number 1, 152 pounds. Hebel's up 10-0 for Lemoore. Hebel just staying on Tevye on top, trying to wear him down. Now down under 30 seconds to go in the second period. He'll pick up 3 near fall at a minimum. You get a potentially dangerous call, so he will get his 3 near fall. He's up 13-0. End of the first period on mat number 2. We have Brock Martigue from the Border West Buccaneers taking on Tyler Burchill. They're in the consolation round here on mat number 2 at 106 pounds. Martigue from Border West is up 2-0. Had a tight match with Cruz Ranke to open up the tournament. Ranke is able to pull that win out in overtime. So Martigue bunts down to the consolation rounds, looking to advance at 106 pounds for the Border West Buccaneers. And Border West may have 3 wrestlers entered here at 106 pounds. I have to take a look at the brackets when I get a chance, but I believe they have 3 wrestlers here in the brackets at 106. And Martigue starting on the bottom, has his stand-up, gets hit, placed it around for 2-point reversal. Up now 4-0 on mat number 2. Hebel's up 15-1 on mat number 1 at 152 pounds for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. They're in the third period with 1:44 to go at 152 pounds. Gavin Rude is up on mat 4 over Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. Rude from Kindred. That's a 4-1 lead for Gavin Rude. Mat 4 at 106 pounds. Yeah, mat number 3, Ian Anderson, Lisbon JV. Looks like he wins this one in the consolation round, so he'll advance in the consolation rounds as Ian Anderson for the Lisbon JV. Wins by a foul over John Call from Central Cass. That was mat 3, 106 pounds. Brock Martigue takes a 4-0 lead, 106 pounds on mat number 2. Still 15-1. Hebel has a cradle locked up on Langenfelder from Bismarck St. Mary's. Langenfelder working some hand control underneath there in the third period. He's able to fight him off. Now Hebel goes a leg right on the far side. Trying to turn those hips. Langenfelder is going to stretch him out. He'll walk his far arm out, and he's going to pick up his near fall. Imagine Hebel will pick those near fall up, let him go, and he'll win by a technical fall. On mat number 1 is Cale Hebel for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. He advanced at 152 pounds in the championship round. So mat number 3, Halser Bridwell from Lytton HMB at 106 pounds, advances by fall over Jordan Kappas of the Breck Wap Storm. That was at 106 pounds on mat number 3. Now up on mat 3 is Drew Sikora for the Border West Buccaneers, wrestling Ben Wagner in consolation round action at 106 pounds on mat 3. Wagner from the Oaks Tornadoes. And mat number 1, Tucker Hennessy wrestling Sky Kramlich, 106-pound action. So this will be the third Border West Buccaneer we've seen here at 106 pounds. Sky Kramlich, an 8th grader from Carrington. In the first period, consolation round match. Martigue is working near fall, now working for the fall on the edge of the mat. With Burchill able to get belly down. He's up now 9-0. So Martigue goes up 9-0 on mat number 2 at 106 pounds over Burchill from the Breck Wap Storm. Gavin Rude has a 2-point lead over Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North on mat 4. They're in the third period. Excuse me, that one should go final, I believe. With Gavin Rude, looks like he wins this one by decision for the Kindred Vikings, 5-3 on mat number 4 at 106 pounds. So Rude stays alive in the consolation bracket. And Drew Sikora, mat 3, 106 pounds, has a 5-0 lead over Ben Wagner from Oaks. That's at 106-pound Consolation on the mat number 3. And Hennessy has an armbar, working an armbar on Sky Kramlich. He's going to try to pull him back. Doubles up on it. Has Kramlich going down on his back. Shoulders are flat. And Hennessy will win by fall for the Border West Buccaneers on mat number 1 at 106 pounds. Was scoreless going into the second. Kramlich should have sit out. Hennessy holds onto that arm, doubles it up behind his back. Takes Kramlich's shoulders down to the mat, flattens him out, and wins by fall for Border West Buccaneers. He'll advance in the Storhaug wrestling tournament. A championship round, another championship round match at 160 pounds. On mat number 1 is Cole Stock for South Border Mustangs, a sophomore with a 16-6 record, wrestling Drake Hansen of Mayport CG. That's on mat number 1. And Brock Martigue is your winner on mat number 2 over Tyler Birchill. Martigue advances at 106 pounds for the Border West Buccaneers in the consolation rounds. That was on mat number 2. And Drew Sikora at 106 pounds for Border West takes a 9-1 lead over Ben Wagner at 106 pounds. That's on mat 3, 106 pounds. Sikora leads for Border West 9-1 over Wagner from Oaks. In mat 4 championship round is Landon Schumacher wrestling Aaron Meyer from South Border. And Meyer, a senior with a 6-6 record, wrestling Landon Schumacher, senior with a 22-8 record for Linton HMB. They're in the first period. Looks like they're scoreless at 170 pounds. And that is a championship round match over in the Armory. Mat number 1 still scoreless between Cole Stock and Drake Hansen. 2-0 lead for Stock. Has Hansen tied up with a half Nelson, deep half Nelson. They're going to try to reach back on that near leg and turk it over. And Hansen's going down, the shoulders up, not by much, and he goes down by fall. So Cole Stock, your winner by fall for the South Border Mustang. He'll advance at 160 pounds, championship round here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. And mat 2, Ryan Olson, Lisbon JV, taking on Blue Miller, a freshman for the Bismarck St. Mary's Saints. That's there on mat number 2. And mat number 3, Sikora for Border West Buccaneers on 106 pounds, up now 11-1 over Ben Wagner from Oaks. They're in the third period. Now 13-1 score. And Aaron Meyer leads 2-0 over Landon Schumacher from Southport, or from Linton HMB. Southport with a couple wrestlers on the mat right now. And Miller from St. Mary's. They're working a deep single, now doubles it up on Olson, gets him down to his hip. Olson goes to a leg pass. Going to try to roll through on it. It still has that leg, no takedown. Now gives up 2 points for a takedown. So Miller goes up 2-0 over Ryan Olson from Lisbon JV on mat number 2, 113 pounds. And mat 1, 113 pound. Another prelim match is Zach Rickamoto from the Border West Buccaneers wrestling Alex Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's on mat number 1. Ryan Olson goes down by fall to Blue Miller at 113 pounds on mat number 2. So Miller advances at 113 pounds. That was another preliminary match at 113. And Drew Sikora, mat 3. Under a minute to go, up 13-1 over Ben Wagner from Oaks. That's a 106-pound consolation round match with Drew Sikora and Wagner. Score up 13-1 on mat 3. And mat 4, Aaron Meyer from South Border leads 5-1 over Landon Schumacher. Aaron Meyer from South Border, senior 16-6, up 5-1 over Schumacher. Now 5-3 score in the second period with 1:30 to go. That's on mat 4, 170-pound championship round. And mat 2, championship round, 160 pounds, is Brody Knockboer for Border West Buccaneers, wrestling Craig Anderson, Mayport CG. And Knockboer quickly takes a 2-point takedown, scores a 2-point takedown. You're riding over the top, has a chicken wing tilt, rolls through on it. Going to pick up a couple near fall, now gives up a reversal. He got a little loose on that tilt. It's a 4-2 score. Now he's going to score his own reversal. Goes with the cow catcher, throws over Craig Anderson. He's going to win by fall for Brody Knockboer over Craig Anderson from Mayport CG. So Brody Knockboer advances for the Border West Buccaneers. Your winner by fall, 160 pounds on mat number 2. And all tied up, mat 3. Looks like it was 5-5. See if they go into overtime. That did go final. So look to see if I can find a final score with that Schumacher-Meyer match. Looks like it was tied up 5-5. That was on mat number 4, 170 pound championship round. And mat number 1, Rikamoto from Border West, wrestling Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. Dahman leads this one in the second period by a score of 4-2. A minute 45 to go in the second period here on mat 1. And mat 2, Cole Nitschke coming out for the South Border Mustangs at 160 pounds. And Nitschke dropping down, had been 170, 180, this is Cole Nitschke, supposed to be younger brother, one of the younger Nitschke brothers. They're wrestling 160 pounds, a freshman, 6'6" wrestler, wrestling Harrison Grod for Bismarck St. Mary's. Grod, number 4 ranked wrestler in North Dakota Class A. You're up on mat number 2. That is Landon Schumacher. Wins that match by fall. It was tied up 5-5. Schumacher comes from behind, scores a pin. He'll advance at 170 pound championship round over Meyer from South Border Mustangs. So Landon Schumacher, your winner by fall. 170 pounds on mat number 4. Grayson Lyons up on mat number 3. In another prelim match, wrestling Liam Lepp from the South Border Mustangs. That's on mat number 3, 113 pound prelim match. That is over on mat 3 in the Armory. And Nitschke and Grod, a 2-1 score. In the first period, Grod's going to score a 2-point takedown. He's up now 4-1 over Nitschke. He also has brothers Shane and Jace Nitschke wrestling for the South Border Mustangs. Jace, 182 pound wrestler. And Shane Nitschke wrestles 220 pounds for the South Border Mustangs. A 4-2 score going into the second period. Grod starts the second on the bottom. We're tied up here at mat number 1 at 113 pounds between Rikamoto from Border West Buccaneers and Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. Yeah, a 2-point takedown. No score given up yet. Rikamoto, he traps a leg, has arm around the waist. He's going to score 2 points. He's up now 8-6 on mat number 1 at 113 pounds. They're in the third period with a minute 30 to go. It's an 8-6 score for Rikamoto up over Dahman from Bismarck St. Mary's. And now a 6-2 lead for Harrison Grod. He leads 6-2 over Cole Nitschke from the South Border Mustangs. Grayson Lyons wrestling Liam Lepp there in the second period. The Lions riding on top for the Lisbon Broncos. They're scoreless. That's on mat number 3, 113 pound match. And then on mat 4, Andy Pulak from Grafton, and Ethan Tazaric from Edgerly Ellendale Calm Thunder on mat number 4, 113-pound prelim match. That's all tied up 2 apiece. It's on mat 4. Now 1-0 lead for Liam Lepp. Wrestling Grayson Lyons over on mat 3 in the Armory. The Lions scores a takedown. He's up now 2-1 with a minute to go in the second period. Still a 6-3 score. Now Nitschke with an escape. Grad down, scores a takedown. Nitschke's going to his hip. Grad's going to have to work up here. Scores 2 points for his takedown. He's up 8-3. And Nitschke making him work now for these takedowns in the second period with 15 seconds to go. An 10-8 score. So Dahmen took the lead 10-8. They're down to the last 10 seconds with Ricky Moto. Scores 2-point reversal. We'll tie it up on mat number 1. Now Dahmen's working back around for reversal. Down, time's going to run out on the clock. We're tied up going into overtime on mat number 1 between Dahmen from Bismarck St. Mary's and Rickamoto from Border West Buccaneers. You know, all bets are off. Sudden victory, overtime period coming up on mat 1. And Ricky Moto, double leg blast, shoots in. He's going to score 2 points for the takedown. He'll win in overtime over Alex Dahmen from Bismarck St. Mary's. It's your winner, mat number 1, 113 pounds in overtime, is Zach Rickamoto for the Border West Buccaneers. He'll advance to the championship bracket. And Liam Lepp now up 3-2. They're in the second period, end of the second period. Lepp went up 1-0 on mat number 313 pounds, and Lyons scores a takedown. Lepp scores an escape. A 3-2 lead going into the third period. And Nitschke now giving up near fall on mat number 2 to Harrison Grad. Grad in the third period has an 8-3 lead at 160 pounds on mat number 2 championship round. He'll pick up his near fall. So it's now 11-3 score. Harrison Grad is up 11-3 over Cole Nitschke at 160 pounds on mat 2. Exciting match on mat 1 with Rickamoto pulling out the overtime victory, advancing for the Border West Buccaneers at 113 pounds. Now wrestling on mat 1 is Matic Moak from Mayport CG, wrestling Isaac Navarro in a prelim match at 126 pounds. Navarro wrestles for the Grafton Spoilers. Mayport CG's Moak out there in the red singlet with the black trim. .11-4 score. Nitschke scores an escape with 30 seconds to go. Grad has a 7-point lead with 30 seconds to go in this third period. And Grayson Lyons ties it up with an escape. Now 4-4 on mat number 3 at 113 pounds. That's on mat 3. The prelim match. Winner of this advances to the championship bracket. That's on mat 3. And mat number 4, Ethan Tazaric for the Edgerly Ellendale Calm Thunder, advances at 160 pounds in championship bracket. Wins by decision 5-2 over Andy Pulak from Grafton. The team scores right now. I'll give you a quick update. Border West Buccaneers out in front with 39 points. Lisbon in second with 36. Tied up, knotted up at third place is Bismarck St. Mary's and the Lemoore Lobos with 35 points. The South Border Mustangs sitting in fifth place with 34, and Oaks Tornadoes in sixth with 26.5 points. So still early in the tournament here. First round preliminary match is still underway. A 7:15 here in the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. So Harrison Grad is your winner, 11-4 decision over Cole Nitschke on mat number 2. That was at 160 pounds. So Grad advances for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints. They're going overtime. Grayson Lyons going into overtime with Liam Lepp. They're knotted up at 4 apiece at 113 pounds. Overtime period number 1, sudden victory. A minute on the clock. Looks like they're running out of time. And still no score in that one. They're tied up 4-4 in the first period of overtime. It looks like overtime, first period does expire. Mat number 3 is still tied up. They'll go into 30-second rideouts. And Moak takes Navarro down. He's up 4-0, puts Navarro on his back. I believe he does have a couple near fall coming. That's a prelim match at 126 pounds on mat 1. Has that hammerlock cross the back of Navarro. So Maddox Moak is up 4-0 on mat number 1 there in the second period. And mat number 2, David Erlinson for the Breckwap Storm, is up 4-0 over Denton Karcher for Pembina County North there in period number 1 at 160 pounds. That is a championship round match on mat number 2. And Lions and Lep look like they're still tied up. 4 apiece with Lep on the bottom. Lions looks like he's riding tough on top. Down to 9 seconds to go in that overtime period. That's on mat number 3, 113-pound prelim match. And mat number 4, Noel Aldrin, Lytton HMB, wrestling Lincoln Swenson from Kindred. It's on mat number 4. Lincoln Swenson leads that one 2-0 at 160 pounds, championship round. Erlinson takes a 4-0 lead going into the second period. And Maddox Moak up 4-0 over Isaac Navarro from Grafton on mat number 1. It's a 126-pound prelim match. Mat number 2 is in championship round. They're now on blood time. So we started the third period of overtime, and the 30 seconds of overtime on mat number 3 between Lions. Lions scores an escape, and he'll go up 5-4. They still have to finish out that period with Lions leading this one with 15 seconds to go. It's on mat number 3, 113 pounds, so Lions leads this one 5-4. Lep's just going to have to wade into him and go for the takedown. It's on mat 3, 113 pounds, waiting for that one to go final. Grayson Lions for the Lisbon Broncos can pick up some points here, team points. It's a 5-4 score. Now clock does run out of time. Looks like Lions is your winner. So Grayson Lions will win that 113 pounds over Liam Lepp from South Border. And Lincoln Swenson on mat 4 now up by a score of 6-0 over Noah Aldrin from Lytton HMB. Lincoln Swenson, a freshman with an 8-6 record. Noah Aldrin from Lytton HMB, a junior, 11-17 record. They're in the second period on mat number 4, 160-pound championship round. Went final here with Maddox Moaks winning by a fall over Isaac Navarro from Grafton. So Maddox Moak advances to the championship bracket at 126 pounds for the Mayport Seiji Patriots. It looks like no Bronco wrestlers on the mat right now, so we're going to go and step away for another timeout, recharge the batteries, and come back here for more first-round action from the 2023 the Storhaug Wrestling Invitational live here on your live event from Lisbon, North Dakota, home of the Lisbon Broncos.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
In Lisbon, contact Lance Gulson at 701-683-4713.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Hey, welcome back here to Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Here in the first round, championship rounds, finishing up our prelim matches. We had a 160-pound championship match on mat number 4. That one did go final over on mat number 4 at 170 pounds with Lincoln Swenson. Your winner on mat number 4, 11-0 over Noah Aldrin. Mat number 3, championship round match at 170. Brock Wendell for Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos. Wrestling Harrison Reichart for Bismarck St. Mary's. Wendell leads that one by a score of 2-0 on mat number 3. Brock Wendell at 170 pounds is a number 8 ranked Class B wrestler according to the ND Wrestle Class B rankings for the Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos. He's up 4-0 over Reichart from Bismarck St. Mary's on mat 3. And mat number 2, David Erlinson for the Breck Wap Storm leads 8-0 over Denton Karcher. Now a 8-1 score with a minute 53 to go in the third period. That's a 160-pound championship round on mat number 2. Now mat number 1, championship round, is Isaiah Caruth leading 5-0 over Gavin Christofferson from Lemoore. They're in period number 1 with 4 seconds to go. It's a 5-0 lead for Caruth. Excuse me, that started the second period. A caution. It's a caution on Caruth. To start there on mat number 1, that's a 160-pound championship round. And Bowden Greenlee takes the mat for Lisbon Broncos on mat number 4. Bowden Greenlee, a 4-time defending state champion. He wins by fall. He'll advance for Lisbon Broncos at 170 pounds. The winner by fall over Jalen Bobgarten from Central Cass. Caruth has Christofferson knotted up in a cradle over here on mat number 2 with a minute 30 to go. Christofferson's shoulders not up by much. The left shoulder's up a little bit. Caruth's going to try to readjust here. That's a watch out for a defensive pin. Caruth's in a little trouble himself now. Gets Christofferson flat into the mat. He'll win by a fall. So Isaiah Caruth advances at 160 pounds in the championship round. The winner by fall in the second period over Gavin Christofferson from Lemoore. And mat 2, David Erlinson's now up 10-1 over Denton Karcher from Pembina County North. That's on mat 2, 160-pound championship round. And mat 3, Josiah Campbell from Mayport CG wrestling Jackson Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's a 4-1 lead for Richter at 170 pounds championship round. That one looks like it did go final. And Jackson Richter is your winner at 132 pounds. That was on mat number 3. 170 pounds. And a final over there on mat number 2 with David Erlinson, your winner on mat number 2 over Denton Karcher from Pembina County North. So Erlinson advances 160-pound championship bracket. Karcher moves down to the consolation rounds. And Jay Snitschke for the South Border Mustangs wrestling at 170 pounds. Wrestling Augustin Ocampo for Ellendale. You call him Thunder. Here goes, rolls through onto the cradle, and he pins Ocampo. So Jason Nitschke advances 170-pound championship round, wrestling 170 here at the Storhaug. Levi Hinkle back on the mat. That prelim match went down in that first round. An upset. Wrestling Quincy Corbin from Valley City. Hinkle, senior, with a 22-7 record for Pembina County North. Wrestling on mat number 3. And mat 4 in another prelim match is Riley Miller for Central Cass wrestling Dustin Ketterling for Lemoore. That's on mat number 4. Jay Schnitschke, South Border Mustangs, picks up his 100th win with that pin in the 170-pound match. That was just finished up on mat number 1. Wrestling in a prelim match, 132 pounds, is Riker Lakowitzer from Kindred wrestling Dylan Prismus from the Border West Buccaneers. It's a 132-pound prelim match on mat number 1. They're scoreless in the first period with minute 18 to go. In mat 2, wrestling collar tie head-to-head in the center of the mat is Drew Thorpe from Ellendale Edgy-Calm Thunder, an 8th grader with a 7-7 record. Wrestling fellow teammate Bennett Geisler, an 8th grader with a 3-4 record. That's a 170-pound championship round here on mat number 2. They're in period 1 with 20 seconds to go. Drew Thorpe wearing the black singlet with the gold back, the gold and white back. They're working over the top. Got a front headlock going, but looks like Geisler is going to try to spin around here. They run out of time in the first period. They're going to go scoreless into the second at 170 pounds. A couple teammates beating up on each other, both 8th graders for the Ellendale Edgy-Calm Thunder on mat number 2. And mat 1, Riker Lakowitzer and Dylan Prismus from Border West Buccaneers. Lakowitzer from Kindred, and another prelim match at 132, and they're scoreless with 20 seconds to go in the first period. And mat number 4, championship round, 182 pounds, is Ivan Kruth. Leads 2-0 over Carter Mitchlich from Bismarck St. Mary's. They're in the first period. Kruth with a quick takedown, opening 15 seconds. Number 1 ranked wrestler, North Dakota Class B at 182 pounds. The other ranked wrestlers at 182, as far as I know, for North Dakota Class B is Levi Svem, number 5 for Lisbon. Number 6 is Jay Schnitschke, now wrestling 170 for South Border, so we see him down at 170. And then Josh Meal for the Oaks Tornadoes, number 7 ranked wrestler for Oaks at 182 pounds. Speaking of that, Josh Meal is up on mat number 4 for Oaks, wrestling Taylor Meyer from South Border. That's a championship round at 182 pounds. And Zach Doctor, mat number 3 for Lytton HMB Lions, taking on Peyton Lamar for the Central Cass Squirrels in a prelim match. That's up on mat number 3. Lamar dropping his opening round match. I believe that was to Tucker Johnson. I'm pretty sure he and Tucker Johnson went head-to-head on that one, with Johnson coming out on top. Not really sure on that, but I'll have to go back and look. I know Peyton Lamar did drop that opening round match. He's still wrestling the prelim round here on mat number 3. Scoreless in the first period with 35 seconds to go. They're scoreless on mat number 1 with Riker Lakowitzer from Kindred at 132 pounds. Prelim match wrestling Dylan Prismus from Border West Buccaneers. They'll stop in action for a reset back in the center of the mat. They're in the second period. And Josh Meal from Oaks takes a 2-0 lead over Taylor Meyer from South Border Mustangs. They're at a minute to go in the first period on mat number 4, 182-pound championship round. And Bennett Geisler up over teammate Drew Thorpe by a score of 3-1. They're in the third period, start of the third period with Thorpe choosing bottom. That's on mat number 2, 170-pound championship round. Looks like Josh Meal, your winner by fall over Taylor Meyer from South Border. So Josh Meal would advance into the championship bracket at 182 pounds for the Oaks Tornadoes. And coming up on mat 4 for the Lisbon JV is Madden Schwab wrestling Grady Link for Central Cass. And Madden Schwab, a 7th grader. The Muffalo from Ingleville, North Dakota, wrestling Grady Link, a sophomore from Central Cass. That's up on mat number 4, 138 pounds. It's a 4-3 score. Drew Thorpe now takes the lead on mat number 2, 170-pound championship round. And teammate Bennett Geisler going at it. Geisler stands up, gets an escape. Now they're down tied up 4-4. A minute to go in this third period on mat number 2. And mat 1, it's still 0 in the third period. We got 2-point reversal for Prismus. The Border West Buccaneers over Lackowitzer from Kindred. Oh, has a half. Nelson buried in deep, caught the far wrist. He's walking it around. Lackowitzer in jeopardy, gives up some near fall. And official Brandon Nielsen still not counting. No near fall given up. But Prismus takes a 2-0 lead. Oh, look. Official down there counting, takes a closer look. Shoulders down to the mat. He's going to win by a fall for Dylan Prismus over Riker Lackowitz at 132 pounds. So Prismus will advance for the Border West Buccaneers. Grady Link, your winner over Matt Schwab on mat number 4. Winner by fall for Central Cass. That's on mat 4 over Matt Schwab from Lisbon JV. That was a 138-pound prelim match. The teammates here down to the final 10 seconds on mat number 2, tied up 4-4 between Thorpe and Geisler. A good scramble there the last 5 seconds. Either wrestler able to score, they're going to go into overtime on mat 2. And mat number 1, 182-pound championship round with Miles Hinckley from the Breck Wap Storm taking on Carter Jewett from Valley City Highliners. Hinckley, a sophomore, 9-9 record, wrestling Jewett from Valley City with a 13-13 record. And Drew Thorpe is your winner on mat number 2 in overtime, 6-4 over teammate Bennett Geisler. He advances the championship round. A couple of 8th graders battling out. Thorpe victorious on mat number 2. Peyton Lamar now up 7-2 on mat number 3 to Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB, 132-pound prelim match. Peyton Lamar trying to punch his ticket into the bottom side of the bracket and stay in the tournament here at Storhaug. Wrestling at a 132-pound prelim match. He's up 7-2 over Zach Doctor. Lamar Jr. with a 22-7 record for the Central Cass Squirrels. That's mat number 3, 132 pounds. Tyson Johnson for the Kindred Vikings up on mat number 2, 170 pounds, wrestling Tucker Jones from the Moore. That's championship round, 170 pounds. Johnson on the bottom side of the situation position. Tucker Jones riding over on top, reaches back, grabs the far ankle. Johnson still pushing into Jones, no points given up. Head in the hole for Tucker Jones with Johnson reaching into a high crotch. He's going to circle back around and try to hip over for 2 points. There's still no points given up. Wrestlers roll out of bounds for a restart back in the center of the mat. That's on mat number 2, 170 pounds. And mat number 1, Miles Hinckley takes a 7-0 lead over Carter Jewett from Valley City. So Hinckley from Breck Wap Storm, 182-pound championship match. Or championship round, first round match, up 7-0 over Jewett from Valley City. To start the second, Hinckley chooses bottom. Tucker Jones has a tight cradle locked up on Johnson. And Johnson has working hand control on the bottom side, able to break the cradle hold. Jones will score 2 points for a takedown. He's up 2-0 over Tyson Johnson. Mat number 3, championship round, 182 pounds. Herman Koch from the South Border Mustangs taking on Dustin Miller, Pembina County North. He leads 2-1 on mat 3, 182-pound championship round. Now up 6-1, big 5-point move for Herman Koch of the South Border Mustangs, up 6-1 over Dustin Miller. They're in the first period with 1:30 to go. Working for a fall for the Breck Wap Storm is Miles Hinckley. He's up 9-0 with a minute to go in the second period. Has a cradle hooked up. Jewett able to break the hole, gets belly down on the mat. He's up now 12-0. Miles Hinckley now with a 12-0 lead in the second period. Well, Peyton Lamar, your winner by fall over Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB at 5:02 in the third period. Peyton Lamar advances for Central Cass Squirrels at 132 pounds. And Tyson Johnson up over the top, ties it up 2-2. We'll have some near fall. Looks like he has 3 near fall coming. Matt, number 2, 170-pound championship round. He leads now 5-2 over Tucker Jones from Lytton, or Lemoore, Litchville, Marion Lobos. Lobos wearing the black singlet with the white and red trim. The Kindred Vikings dark blue in the right trim. Can't really tell the difference except for the lettering down the backside. Miles Hinckley, your winner by fall over Carter Jewett on mat number 1. Advances to championship round, 182 pounds. Camden Rondesfit on mat number 4, tied up 2-2 with Anders Hoveness from Northern Cass. A couple of freshmen battling it out here on mat number 4 prelim match at 145 pounds. They're tied up 2-2 going into the second period. And Johnson still has this 5-2 lead over Tucker Jones. They're in the second period with 45 seconds to go. That's on mat number 2, 170-pound championship round. In mat 3, 138 prelim match, Jalen Harsted from Mayport CG, a junior, wrestling Don Bergman's of Breckwop Storm. That's up on mat number 3. They're in the first period. They're scoreless in the first. And Levi Svem for the Lisbon Broncos has a cradle hooked up here for Svem over Mickelson from the Breckwop Storm. Ties up that leg, left shoulder up just by a little bit. Svem's going to reach into it. Gets his 3 near fall, now goes back to the cradle, is going to cradle him up again. If things tight. Her right shoulder up a little bit, now left shoulder up. Svem belly out in the mat, trying to get those shoulders flat. And Svem, or Levi Svem, your winner by fall for the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 1 at 182 pounds. Hey, Levi picking up his 100th victory a couple weeks ago for the Lisbon Broncos. Makes it into that 100-win club. Along with, I think, Blaze Ranke also this year picking up 100 wins. Carter Wallner last week, and now Cashton Wadeson for Lisbon Broncos picked up his 100th win over in Lemoore. And Cashton also on a pinning tear for the Lisbon Broncos, has 76 pins and 102 wins now. Probably has more than that, probably has 77 pins and 102 wins. That's unofficially. I'm just trying to think of what he had last night and then wrestled today and won by fall. Johnson and Jones. Johnson working for the fall against Tucker Jones. They'll win by fall for the Kindred Vikings. At 170 pounds, advances the championship round. That's on mat number 2. And Max Chernlin for the LG Calm Thunder wrestling the prelim match at 145 pounds on mat 1 versus Joseph Clegg from Mayport CG. And Chernlin takes a quick 2-0 lead, working for the fall on the edge of the mat, and he'll win it. With a minute 6 to go in that first period, and Max Chernlin advances 145 pounds for the Illinois Edgeley Calm Thunder. Weston Jensen, mat number 4 for the Breckwop Storm, wrestling Jaden Johnson for Central Cass. In the first period, under 30 seconds to go. That's mat number 4, prelim match over on mat 4. And Kane Grauber coming up for Central Cass, wrestling John Dahman, Bismarck St. Mary's. That's up on mat number 1, 152-pound prelim match. Mat number 2, championship round, is James Marks from Bismarck St. Mary's Saints. He has Will Treebwasser on his back, working for the fall over on the far side of the mat here on mat number 2, and he'll win that one by fall. Official Scott Carbom slaps the mat for Marks. 182 pounds, championship round. So Marks advances for the Bismarck St. Mary's Saints. Mat 3, Hunter Undum for Valley City, an 8th grader wrestling Kevin Casper, Border Bus Buccaneers, a junior. That's on mat number 3, 145-pound prelim match. And mat 4, Weston Jensen for the Breckwap Storm has a 2-0 lead over Jaden Johnson for Central Cass. A couple of wrestlers, junior and a senior, going out at similar records. That's over on mat number 4 with Jensen leading 2-0, 145-pound prelim match. And mat number 2 in the first period, Bryce Cargan, Pembina County North, has a 2-0 lead over Robert Rodriguez. Rodriguez, so he's in the black singlet with the red and maroon trim there on the legs, with the big maroon G on the side. Wrestling for the Grafton Spoilers, he's down 2-0 to Cargan from Pembina County North. 145-pound prelim match. Charles Richter for Bismarck St. Mary's. I'm at number 4, 152 pounds, wrestling Brock Lyons quickly with a takedown in that first period. He's up 2-0 over Brock Lyons for Lisbon JV at 152 pounds. And mat 1, Jacob Henricks for Carrington, wrestling Jace Zimprich, a freshman for the Lisbon JV. And Henricks with the quick takedown in the first 15 seconds. Goes up 2-0, wrestling on that far edge of the mat. You're closest to the wall with Henricks on top, working a cradle on Jace Zimprich. And mat 3, Hunter Undum, 145-pound prelim match, has a 5-0 lead over Kevin Casper. That's at 145, mat number 3. Mat 4, Charles Richter, still with a 2-0 lead at the end of the first period over Brock Lyons of Lisbon JV. And then in mat 2, it's a 4-1 lead for Carrigan from Pembina County North, an 8th grader at 145 pounds for wrestling Grafton's Robert Rodriguez. Now with a 6-1 lead for Carrigan from Pembina County. That's on mat number 2, 145-pound prelim. We're going into the team scores. An update you on the top 5. Lisbon in the lead with 45 points. Lemoore with 42. Bismarck St. Mary's with 41. Border West Buccaneers with 39. And South Border in 5th place with 38 points. It's still in the championship rounds. Here at the Storhaug Invitational, we're finishing out some of our prelim matches. The wrestlers that win here will make it into the championship bracket and stay alive in the tournament. And mat number 1, 152-pound prelim match. Henricks is up 7-0 over Jace Jimprich from Lisbon JV. And mat 2, Robert Rodriguez is down 6-1, now 8-1 to Bryce Carrigan from Pembina County North. Here in the second period, minute 34 to go in the second period. Carrigan has an 8-1 lead. And mat 3, a close one, and going into the third period with Hunter Undum from Valley City wrestling Kevin Casper at 145 pounds. Undum leads 7-5 on mat number 3. And then mat 4, Charles Richter built up his lead, now leads 5-0 at 152 pounds over Brock Lyons on mat 4. Lyons wrestles for the Lisbon JV. And that match does go final. We'll see what the result of that is. Looks like Richter is your winner over Brock Lyons of the Lisbon JV. He'll advance, stays alive in the Storhaug 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. And Kerrigan has Rodriguez from Grafton on his back, working for the fall, and he'll win by fall and advance. This is Bryce Kerrigan for Pembina County North on mat number 2 at 145 pounds. Zimprich going over to his back with Henricks, half Nelson, heavy over the top. Left shoulder up just like a little bit. Win by fall for Jacob Henricks. over Jay Simprich for the Lisbon JCs, or Lisbon JVs wrestling team. That's at 152 pounds. Hendricks wins by a fall on mat number 1 for the Carrington Cardinals. Bryce Kerrigan for Pembina County North, your winner on mat number 2 over Robert Rodriguez at 152 pounds. So Kerrigan stays alive at the Storhaug. Gabe Lyons wrestling on a championship round for the Lisbon Broncos at 195 pounds. Out on mat number 1, scores a takedown. First 15 seconds, goes to the cradle. That's a locked up all over. Aiden Bulow is going to win by fall for Gabe Lyons over Andon Bulow from Valley City. The Lions picking up a couple bonus points and advances championship round for the Lisbon Broncos. That was on mat number 1, 195 pounds. Mat 2, Gavin Niemeyer for Kindred Vikings wrestling Gabriel Martinez, Pembina County North. And Niemeyer's up 4-0 during the first period with 57 seconds to go. Now the Lisbon JVs, Orion Dargo, freshman 2-5 wrestling Garrett Haugen. Garrett Haugen for the Central Cass Squirrels. Currently ranked, let's see, number 8 for North Dakota Class B. ND Russell's ranking. So Haugen quickly going to work, takes down Dargo. He goes to that screwdriver. Going to pull it over. Dargo now giving up near fall. Haugen's just going to elevate his chest, flatten out those shoulders of Orion Dargo. Garrett Haugen, your winner by fall for Central Cass over Orion Dargo from the Lisbon JV. That was in the championship round. He'll advance. Dargo goes down to the consolation rounds at 220 pounds. Blood time over on mat number 2. And mat number 3, Bryce Moak from Mayport CG and Blake Ketterling is scoreless going into the second period on mat number 3, 152 pounds. And mat 4, Noah Klusman for Ellendale Edgeley Calm wrestling Gavin Symington, Pembina County North. That match looks like it is final with Klusman, your winner, 220 pounds championship round. That was on mat number 4. Now mat 4, Grant Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos taking on Alex Schmitz, the Bismarck St. Mary's Saints. That's over on mat number 4, 285 pounds. A newcomer to Lisbon Wrestling is on the JV side of his Aiden Hinkle, a sophomore for the Lisbon JV, wrestling Shane Nitschke. Their championship round at 220 pounds. The Hinkle lineman for the Lisbon Broncos football team. They're taking on a tough Shane Nitschke at 220 pounds, wrestles for the Southbourne Mustangs. Nitschke with takedown, goes to work right away underneath, trying to come over the top. He's going to step across on Hinkle, stretch that arm out. Hinkle shoulders down on the mat. He'll win by fall for Shane Nitschke for the Southbourne Mustangs, picking up a couple bonus points and advances in the championship round at 220 pounds on mat 1. The Grant Lions, mat number 4, wrestling Alex Schmitz. The Lions takes a 2-0 lead with 1:20 to go in that first period. We're back to wrestling on mat number 2 with Gavin Niemeyer and Gabriel Martinez. Niemeyer leads this one by a score of 4-1. That's at 152 pounds, a prelim match here on mat 2. And Bryce Moak from Mayport CG at 152 over on mat 3. And Blake Ketterling, they're tied up in the second period, 2-2. And Ketterling wrestles for Linton HMB Lions. That's over on mat 3, all tied up 2 apiece. And Grant Lions, that one does go final over on mat 4 with Grant Lions, your winner by fall over Alex Schmitz from Bismarck St. Mary's. Coming up on 8 o'clock. For those listening out there, we do have a Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction ceremony coming up from the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course. Your live event will be there starting right around 9:30 for for the induction ceremony. May go live just a little bit earlier. I think your live event maybe has it starting at 8 o'clock, but that actual ceremony, we won't start our live stream with that until right around 9:30. That'll be live from the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course. Hopefully we get everything hooked up there, and you'll be able to participate along with us through that live stream as we induct 4 new members into Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame. We have Jeff Aberly, wrestler Jeff Aberly, 2-time state champion, 4-time state place winner for the Broncos back in the 1980s. Also on the 1983 state championship Class B team for Lisbon. And then Chris Nelson, 2-time state champion, 3-time state place winner for Lisbon Broncos. Helped lead a couple teams to a 3rd place and a 2nd place finish at the state Class B tournament. Also a National High School All-American, National Junior National All-American. And then went on to wrestle for the NDSU Bison as a national champion in the year 2000 at 133 pounds. And then went on to coach with NDSU for 9 years, and then took the head coaching position and currently over at MSU on Moorhead as the head coach of the Dragons. And then our coach will induct Al Ralston. Hey, Coach Ralston coached in Lisbon from 1977 to 1991. So part of the coached alongside Nick Storhaug. Pretty familiar duo between Nick Storhaug and Al Ralston on the Class B wrestling mats around the gyms in Class B North Dakota. Kind of cemented their legacy with that 78 and 83 state championship teams. Back there during the golden ages of Lisbon wrestling. And then we also have a contributor, Todd Carter. Todd Carter, probably one of the longest serving contributors here for Bronco wrestling. We have many down here in the southeast corner of the state that help out with our Bronco wrestling program, and we won't be able to do it. You win those state championships and keep this program at the level where it is without contributors and fans like Todd Carter. So Todd Carter wrestled in high school as an 8th grader up through his sophomore year, then stepped away and pursued a dirt track racing career here at the Cheyenne Valley Speedway. And then from there, he graduated high school, then came back to wrestling as a Pee Wee coach in 1982, helping out Harlan Volk with the Pee Wee program, and then went on to help with the junior high program the year after that in 83. So 82 started Pee Wees, 83 started junior high, and he coached alongside Harlan Volk until right around 92, 93, and then coached a year in the varsity squad with Ron Peaster. And after that, he started managing our wrestling tournaments here, varsity wrestling tournaments. First one was the KQLX back in 1994-95. And then that changed over in 2009 to the Storhaug tournament where we're at today. So just like to congratulate all of our inductees, or all the Lisbon wrestling inductees to this year's 2023 Hall of Fame class. You can watch that ceremony live on yourliveevent.com starting around 9:30 p.m. tonight. That'll be live from the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course. And back here with our wrestling, Logan Potts on mat 4 has a 5-0 lead. Potts, the number 4 ranked wrestler at 106 pounds for North Dakota Class B, leads Bennett Grimm. Their quarterfinal match at 106. He's up 5-0. Bennett Grimm from Bismarck St. Mary's. Well, now wrapping up our championship round of prelim matches here in the quarterfinals. Looks like Logan Potts is your winner, and he will move on to the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow morning. So Logan Potts advances for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos to the semifinals. He wins by a fall over Bennett Grimm on mat 4. And another quarterfinal match coming up is on mat number 4, Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks Wrestling, Carson Mosit from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's up on mat number 4, 106-pound quarterfinal. And mat 1, 220 prelim match. That one just finishing up with Gage Newgard from Northern Cass. Wins by fall over Joshua Vernon from Mayport CG. Vernon was leading that match with Newgard coming from behind. In the second period, wins by a fall. He'll advance into the championship bracket at 220 pounds and stays alive in the Storhaug. And Matt 2 are tied up 6-6 at the end of the third period. And Martinez has a cradle hooked up. He's going to get a turn to close it out. No near fall given up. And Niemeyer rolls through at the end of the third. They're tied up going into overtime on Matt 2. They're locked together 6-6. Sudden victory overtime. Yeah, blood time here. Each wrestler gets a breather. I don't know who worked that, whose favor that works into. We do have blood time, so each wrestler would take a breather going into this overtime period. They're tied up 6-6. That quarterfinal match on mat number 4, Matthias Dahlstrom leads 3-2 over Carson Moset on mat 4. Has a 3-2 lead in the first period with 35 seconds to go. And mat 1 quarterfinal match coming up or underway is Ryland Vetter wrestling Walker Miller. Vetter right away, quick takedown first 30 seconds. He's up 2-0 on Walker Miller from EEK. That's on mat number 1, 106-pound quarterfinal. And cut blood time on mat number 2. Looks like wrestlers ready to get back into action and square off here in this overtime period. The winner stays alive in the Storhaug wrestling tournament between Niemeyer and Martinez. And Niemeyer shoots in on a high crotch single. He's going to double up on it. Has Martinez going down to his hip. He steps around. Martinez still has the headlock. Arm around the waist. He's going to win 2-0. So Gavin Niemeyer comes out with an overtime win, 8-6 over Gabriel Martinez at 152 pounds on mat number 2. Drew Anderson coming up on mat 2 for the Lisbon Broncos. You're at 220 pounds. Ryland Vetter on mat 1, quarterfinal 106. Has a 2-0 lead with 30 seconds to go. Wrestling Walker Miller from EEK. Vetter hard crossface over the top. They're down to 19 seconds to go, still up 2-0. And Drew Anderson, they're going to roll through on this headlock attempt. He'll roll out of bounds. I believe he gets 2 points for the takedown. A little scramble between William Marks and Drew Anderson. I think Anderson ends up coming out of that top. William Marks from Bismarck St. Mary's Saints, a senior with a 4-8 record. Drew Anderson, a junior for the Lisbon Broncos with 11-15 start. He's going to go to the alternate start position. The official in discussions there with the St. Mary's coach looking for some points. It is tied up 2-2, so it's a 2-2 score. Yeah, Anderson a little bit high is going to go leg ride. It puts the double boots on. Marks here on mat number 2, 220-pound championship round. Yeah, Anderson trying to stick in a power half on the far side and get those hips going over. I'll tie it up on mat number 1, second period with 1:20 to go. It's a 2-2 score. Walker Miller ties it up. He's riding on top. Now Vetter's able to dump Miller down, gets him on his hip. There's still no points given up by Miller. Miller in a little bit of trouble. He scrambles out of it. Now he gives up 1 point. So Ryland Vetter takes a 3-2 lead over Walker Miller. Quarterfinal, 106 pounds on mat 1. Mat 4, end of the second period. Matthias Dahlstrom leads 3-2 over Carson Moset from Bismarck St. Mary's. That's quarterfinal on mat number 4. In reversal for Bismarck St. Mary's is William Marks. He has Drew Anderson on his back working for a fall. He had a technical violation of clasping on Drew Anderson, so it's a 2-3 score. Yeah, Anderson now going over and he'll lose by a fall. So William Marks reverses it, gets on top of Anderson, puts him on his back, and he's your winner at 220 pounds in the championship round. He advances. Drew Anderson drops down to the first rounds of consolations. A 5-3 score with Carson Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's. leading Matthias Dahlstrom of Oaks. He's up 5-3. They're in the third period. Ryland Vetter takes a 5-2 lead over Walker Miller to end the second. That's on mat number 1, 106-pound quarterfinal. In mat 2, just underway. Sage Gushis from Lemoore wrestling Mitchell Melander from Central Cass. And we'll say Melander. That's 220-pound championship round on mat number 2. The match just underway. First 30 seconds, they're scoreless. Gushis and Melander just feeling each other out, working some collar ties, pushing each other around. Just down the work in the back center of the mat. Gushis commits to a double leg. Melander is going to sprawl out, working a front headlock. Gushis able to just push away from that, gets stood back up. It resets for another attempt. And Miller with the leg ride, trying to Turk over Ryland Vetter. And Vetter has a 5-2 lead. And Miller with, looks like he has a double boot ride. Has a double, actually has the far leg ride in with Vetter trying to come out the back door. Miller just a little bit high. They're going to get a stalemate with the 5-2 lead for Ryland Vetter. 106-pound quarterfinal on mat number 1. Mat 2, championship round 220. Gushis and Melander from Central Cass battling it out. Wrestlers still locked up, collar tie, pushing each other around. There goes a headlock for Gushis. Melander's going to roll him through. Last 5 seconds of this period. No points given up. Gushis able to scramble through, now going to a cow catcher. He throws Gushis over. Gushis spins around, no points. You both wrestle, scramble, and no points given up. 220-pound match on mat number 2. And Miller had head and arm caught on Ryland Vetter, trying to throw that cow catcher in, not able to get it going. So your winner, 106-pound quarterfinal, mat number 1 is Ryland Vetter over Walker Miller. He advances 5-2. You'll see him in the semifinals tomorrow morning for the South Border Mustangs. The big guys here at 220 on mat 2 still going at it between Gushis and Melander from Central Cass. A minute 30 to go in the second period, still 0 apiece. And mat 1, Ian Anderson, consolation rounds. Wrestling Drew Sikora, Border West Buccaneers. Sikora, a freshman. Anderson, a 7th grader for the Lisbon Broncos. Sikora trying to hit a duck under on Anderson. Anderson goes front headlock. Puts that head down, keeps that head down, head in the hole, trying to walk around and grab the leg of Sikora. Still with that front headlock position. Sikora is going to try to drag through. Anderson comes over the top, has Sikora going to his back for Ian Anderson. Sikora tried to dump Anderson down. Anderson caught him head and arm. Has that arm trapped to Sikora. Ian Anderson, 7th grader for the Lisbon JV, working for a fall. Down to 15 seconds. Anderson just trying to wear him down now, heavy on top. Down to 10 seconds for Ian Anderson. Down to 8 seconds, now 7. Anderson working for the fall, heavy on top, trying to stretch that arm out of Sikora's. The time will run out on the clock. Sikora manages to get into the second period with Anderson leading 5-0. That's on mat number 1, consolation round match. So Ian Honey Badger Anderson for the Lisbon Bronco JV up 5-0 over Sikora. Then mat number 2, Gushis is up 1-0. He steps around for a 2-point takedown. He's up now 3-2. Now Melander rolls through. Puts Gushis on his back. Melander heavy on top. Gushis shoulders down to the mat. He's going to win by fall for the Central Cass Squirrels. But Mitchell Melander advances championship round at 220 pounds. Ian Anderson now up 7-0. Has Cole Sikora going over to his back again, hooked up head and arm, going to stretch that arm out, heavy on the top, pushing into him. Goes to that Saturday night ride position. Official Scott Carbon down there, taking a look. He's going to go try to chase the leg of Anderson. Sikora rolls through. Anderson catches him, hip heists down to the mat. Anderson has that headlock tight on Sikora with a minute to go. He'll be up 10-0. And Anderson wins by a fall over Drew Sikora, stays alive in the Storhaug. At 106 pounds for the Lisbon JV. Waiting here on mat number 2 for Cruz Ranke from the Lisbon Broncos. Going out, 106-pound quarterfinal match. Wrestling Drew Mossett from the Bismarck St. Mary Saints. And Gavin Rude on mat number 4, 106 consolation round wrestling Brock Martig. Martig up 2-0. That was Cruz Ranke's first opponent at 106 pounds in that prelim match. And Ranke wins that one in overtime. This is Ranke's third match of the night here, wrestling in the quarterfinals. Ranke ranked number 6, North Dakota Class B ND Wrestle Rankings, most recent one put out. Martig leads Gavin Rude 2-0. Their consolation round on mat number 4, 106 pounds. Ranke up with a double now, switches to a single. On mat number 2, wrestling Dylan Mossett from Bismarck St. Mary's. Yeah, Mossett has a whizzer in. Able to block that knee. Now Ranke trips Mossett down to the mat, picks up 2 points for a takedown. He's up now 2-0. Ranke, a 7th grader for Lisbon. Mossett, an 8th grader with an 8-4 record. Ranke with an 18-6 record. Ranke goes into a chicken wing, has that arm or hand flat across the back. Go knee to knee on this. That's what you teach in Pee Wee. So he goes knee to knee. Going to try to drag him back on the mat. Mossett working hand control, gets away. Ranke's up 2-0 on the restart, back in the center of the mat. Period number 3, Brock Martig up 3-2 over Gavin Rude. Both wrestlers on their feet, neutral position. That's on mat number 4, 106-pound consolation. The winner of that stays alive in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. That's mat number 4. And mat 3, Hauser Bridwell from Lytton HMB wrestling Tucker Hennessy, Border West Buccaneers. Hennessy leads that by a score of 5-3. Bridwell just scores a takedown. That's at the end of the third period. Bridwell looking to put together some near fall to win this one. And Colton Griebel, winner by fall over Gavin Robertson at 113 pounds. That was on mat number 1. Griebel, number 1 ranked wrestler, North Dakota Class A at 113. Ranke's up 4-1. As a chicken wing. And Mossett tried to Granby roll through on that. Ranke catches him on the roll through, throws him to his back. Picks up 3 near fall. He's up now 7-1 at the end of the first period. Drew Carr wrestling Rickamoto from Border West Buccaneers consolation match, 113 pounds on mat 1. Drew Carr working for the fall. He's up 2-0 with 20 seconds to go. Rickamoto trying to stay alive here, and he doesn't do it though. Drew Carr, winner by fall at 113 pounds, consolation round. He stays alive in the Storhaug. Mossett scores 2 points here, has a tight cradle, is going to scoot Ranke on the mat. Mossett's going to drive it over. Ranke's going to his back. Ranke going to roll through. Ranke takes both of those elbows down on the mat. He has Mossett going to his back, just going to look like Ranke is in trouble. Rolls through, has Mossett in all kinds of trouble. Arm trapped around the head, has a half Nelson on. It's a 9-3 score with Ranke picking up 3 near fall. Now steps over the top on Mossett. Ranke now north-south going to win by fall for Cruz Ranke. He advances to the semifinals of the Storhaug. Guaranteed a top 6 place finish. Also picking up some bonus points for the Lisbon Broncos. So mat number 1, Joey Hyde, wrestling Corsicora, 113 pounds. Corsicora, number 1 ranked wrestler, Minnesota Class A. One loss on the year. That happened up at the Wahpeton Dan Unruh tournament. That match went into overtime. Cora not prevailing in that one. It's his lone loss of the season, wrestling Joey Hyde from Lemoore, Litchfield Marion. Cora now up 6-3 with a minute to go in the first period. That's on mat number 1, 113-pound quarterfinal. Mat 2, Gabe Clifton for the Carrington Cardinals, wrestling Brody Michelson, South Border Mustangs. Michelson in on a front headlock. Clifton backs away here, quarterfinal bout, 113 pounds. Winner of this moves on to the semifinals tomorrow morning here at the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. In mat 3, 113 pounds, Grayson Lyons, consolation round, wrestling Ethan Tazaric from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. The Lions stayed alive in the prelim rounds, winning in overtime. And now wrestling Tazaric from Edgeley Ellendale Combe Thunder. Lions a freshman, Tazaric a 7th grader. Hey, Clifton's caught the head. Kind of sit out. Michelson able to get Clifton, broke belly down on the mat. It's a 4-1 lead for Brody Michelson. A long day of wrestling here from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We started at 5 o'clock, a little bit after 5 or 10 after 8. And normally we're finishing up right around 8:30 with our first day of wrestling. A lot of prelim matches happening here in the first day of the Storhaug. So we're looking like even after 9 o'clock finish. Yeah, Clifton, work a reversal, still have that head of Michelson. It's a 4-1 score at the end of the first period. Trying to score 2 points. Scores at the end of the period with 5 seconds to go. Now 4-3 score. We have blood time on the mat. That's on mat number 1 to 3 seconds. Clifton ties it up 4-3. That's quarterfinal ball at mat number 2, 113 pounds. And mat 1. Nicole Sikora ended up winning is up 10-3 over Joey Hyde of Lemoore. That's there in the second period with a minute to go. Joey Hyde from Lemoore, Litchfield Marion Lobos. Nicole Sikora, Border West Buccaneers. That's 113-pound quarterfinal match. And Grayson Lyons, Lisbon Broncos, wrestling the varsity squad. On mat 3, has a 1-0 lead over Tazaric in the third period. The Lions riding on top. A minute 19 to go. The Grayson Lions looking to punch his ticket to day number 2, stay alive in the consolation round for the Lisbon Broncos. Also pick up an advancement point. A big point scored now in this quarterfinal round. Lisbon and South Border is slugging it out with Bismarck St. Mary's. Lisbon leads by a score with 57 points, followed by South Border in second with 55. Bismarck St. Mary's in third with 54. Border West Buccaneers not far behind in fourth place with 49 points, along with Lemoore Lobos tied for fourth at 49. And sitting in fifth place are your Oaks Tornadoes with 34.5 points. The Broncos and the Mustangs going head-to-head again. South Border prevailing in the CentraCast Letterman's tournament. They're winning by 3.5 points. And taking home that trophy and ending that, I believe it was 6 in a row Letterman titles, 5 or 6 in a row Letterman titles for the Lisbon Broncos. You know, 12-3 score, so 14-3 score on mat number 1 quarterfinal, 113 pounds. Consolation leads 14-3. Now 2-point reversal for Joey Hyde. And now 14-5. And going into the third period, Joey Hyde's taking this one, trying to take this one the full length. Consolation, your number 1 ranked wrestler, Minnesota Class A, 1 loss on the season. But Grayson Lyons is your winner. Wins by decision 1-0 over Ethan Tazarek. Advances, stays alive in the Storhaug tournament at 113 pounds. That was over on mat number 3. A 6-3 score with Gabe Clifton and Brody Michelson. And Michelson leads this one. There in the second period, we have potentially dangerous. A full Nelson, so 1 point goes to Clifton. And Michelson stuck that other hand in around the side. Got called for a technical violation with the full Nelson. Now 6-4 score with 39 seconds to go in the second period. Clifton's, and Michelson has a cradle locked up on Clifton. Clifton trying to roll through and reverse it. We saw a couple counts by the official. It gets 2 near fall. Now Clifton has a cradle, is going to lock it up on Michelson. Clifton's going to try to roll Michelson through. Has him rolled through. Picks up at least a count. Now Michelson back, shoulders down on the mat. He has a 2 near fall. Michelson in trouble here. Clifton giving him all kinds of fits. Timeout. Time's out on the clock. So he does get 2 near fall. So an 8-7 score going into the third period. And we'll see what the official over there discussing it. The towel tapper didn't get on there on the mat. Everybody watching the scramble that was going on. Looks like we're tied up 8-8 on mat number 2 here. Quarterfinal match, 113 pounds. Consolation is your winner over Joey Hyde. Hyde giving her all she got against Consolation. Socorro advances to the semifinals at 113 pounds for the Border West Buccaneers over on mat 1. Now wrestling, Trace Hogarth, 120 pounds. Number 1 ranked wrestler at 120. Taking on Holter Bridwell from Linton HMB. Both wrestlers a senior. Hogarth with a 26-3 record. Holter Bridwell a senior with a 15-9 record for the Linton HMB Lions. It's on mat number 1. And Michelson on the restart. They're working over the top, going to try to step around on Clifton. They're tied up 8-8. And Clifton now has hand control. Arm over the top. He's going to step up and hip heist. He hip heist through here. He gets separation on Michelson. Clifton to his feet. Michelson going with the cow catcher. He's going to drag Clifton down. Tries to throw him out. Now Clifton slips over the top. And Michelson had Clifton in the cow catcher. Clifton was able to slip through that. Looked like he was going to get a reversal. Michelson takes back control. No points scored. Trace Hogarth working for the fall on mat number 1 over Holter Bridwell. He's up 5-0 with those 3 near fall. Their Carrington Cardinals represented well here on the mats, 1 and 2 in the quarterfinals. Gabe Clifton giving Brody Michelson everything he can handle here. Michelson high on Clifton. Clifton's going to try to shake him off here with 40 seconds to go. Can't swim out the back door. And Michelson with the half Nelson goes to the ankle. Now Clifton grabs ahead. We got a potentially dangerous or blood call. He gets 1 point for an escape. So Clifton will get 1 point for an escape. Michelson on blood time. And Clifton just ripped the head of Michelson, took him right down to the mat, both shoulders on the mat. Official stops it because of blood time. Gabe Clifton leading 9-8. Quarterfinal action on mat number 2, 132 pounds. Hogarth, at the end of the first period, he's up 8-0 for the Carrington Cardinals. Carrington looking to send 2 wrestlers into the semifinal rounds here at 113 and 120 pounds on mat numbers 1 and 2. Josiah Grandel on mat 4, 120-pound quarterfinal, leads 5-0 over Gunnar Hennessy from Border West Buccaneers. That's on mat number 4, period number 2 with 1:30 to go. And mat number 3, quarterfinal bout, 113 pounds, Logan Werner from Pembina County North, a sophomore, wrestling Jager Sand from Ellendudgy Combe. Werner up 2-0 over Sand at the end of the second period. And Hogarth started the second period working near fall, stretching that arm out. Working over Holter Bridwell on top. He's up now 13-0. Then Clifton's going to get taught. Michelson gets in deep on Clifton. He's out of bounds. So Michelson will take a 10-9 lead with 13 seconds left. Here, quarterfinal bout, 113 pounds on mat number 2. And Clifton right away off the whistle, clears the hips, going to stand up. Michelson takes him down to the mat, down to 10 seconds. Clifton rolls through. Still on his base, Clifton sits out, looking for a head. And Michelson's going to ride him out, and he'll advance 10-9. So winner by decision, 10-9 decision, and making it to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs is Brody Michelson. And Trace Hogarth, now winner by technical fall on mat number 1 at 120 pounds over Holter Bridwell. So Hogarth advances for the Carrington Cardinals at 120 pounds into the semifinals. Number 1, North Dakota Class B, Trace Hogarth. Josiah Crandall at the end of the second period has a 7-4 lead over Gunnar Hennessy, 120 pounds, mat number 4. Going into the third, Crandall leads by 3. And mat 3, Logan Werner with a 3-0 lead with 45 seconds to go at 113 pounds. Quarterfinal bout. That's on mat number 3 over in the Armory. Now Werner leads 5-0 with 25 seconds to go on mat 3, quarterfinal bout, 113. Cruiser Burns taking on Caden Robertson, 120 pounds. Robertson in on a single leg on Burns. Burns with a whizzer. Robertson's going to elevate it. This is on mat number 1, quarterfinal bout, 120 pounds. Robertson tried to lean in. Now Burns going to step over. Scores 2 points for a takedown. Robertson not able to finish. Burns just powers through, steps over, scores 2 points for a takedown. He's up 2-0, mat number 1. Mat 2, 113-pound Consolation, Gavin Giffey, Northern Cass, wrestling Carson Henningsen, an 8th grader from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. That's a 2-0 score at the start of the second period. That's here on mat number 2. Mat 3, that's a final. Looks like Logan Werner at 113 pounds advances to the semifinals. He's a winner by decision over Jager Sand. That was on mat number 3. 120-pound quarterfinal on mat 4 is Gunnar Hennessy wrestling Josiah Crandall. Crandall leads 9-4 over Hennessy from the Border West Buccaneers. And now up 12-4. Josiah Crandall with the 8-point lead. Team scores, Lisbon now in the lead with 65 points. Border West Buccaneers in second place with 56. South Border with 55. And sitting in fourth place, Bismarck St. Mary Saints with 54. And rounding out the top 5, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos with 49 points. Those are your top 5 team scores. You're at the 120-pound quarterfinal mark of the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. This is day number 1 here from Lisbon High School Gymnasium. And mat number 1 quarterfinal with Caden Robertson. That's a 2-0 lead for Cruiser Burns. Robertson starts a second on top. Burns attempted a stand-up. Robertson able to return him to the mat. And Burns with hand control. Wrist control over the top. Now Robertson trying to push that arm forward with the crossface and lock it up. And Burns goes back to the wrist on bottom. You got a final on mat 3, Logan Nielsen, quarterfinal bout, 126. Your winner from Mayport CG over Diamond Candle from Pembina County North. So that was a consolation round match. Not a quarterfinal. I take that back. So mat number 3 quarterfinal. Eli Larson, Border West Buccaneers, #1 Minnesota Class A senior, 28-1 record. Wrestling Coleman Barth, a junior for the Breckwap Storm with a 12-12 record. That's mat 3 quarterfinal, 126 pounds on mat number 3. The Cruiser Burns now leads 3-0 over Caden Robertson on mat number 1. It Burns with the cowl catcher. The arm around the head is going to step around for 2 points. Keeps the hammer lock on Robertson. Robertson belly down with 45 seconds to go. Burns up 5-0. The Cruiser Burns wrestling 120 pounds. Currently number 4th ranked wrestler at 120. At a top 6 finish at the CentraCast Letterman's tournament. Ran into Ryan Egg in the semifinals. Got bumped down to the consolation semis. He leads Caden Robertson here 5-0 at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Giffey and Henningsen on mat number 2, 113-pound consolation. And Henningsen leads that one 6-0. They're in the 3rd period with 20 seconds to go. And Eli Larson has a 2-1 lead with 1:30 to go over Coleman Barth from the Breckwap Storm, quarterfinal 126. In mat 4, 126 consolation round is Tristan Miller from CentraCast down to Levi Kelly, sophomore from Oaks. Kelly leads that one by a score of 1-0. They're in the 2nd period with 1:30. Blood time on mat number 1. So we'll go ahead and take our own blood time here on yourliveevent.com. We'll be back after a short break here from the live from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium in Lisbon, North Dakota.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
Hey, welcome back to Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Blood time is over on mat number 1, so we're back here live. This quarterfinal bout between Caden Robertson and the Cruiser Burns. This started the 3rd period. Back to blood time here for Caden Robertson. Burns stood up. Robertson chased him out of bounds. Burns caught him with another elbow to the nose. Burns leads this one by a score of 5-0. Caden Robertson, a junior for Lisbon Broncos. Having kind of a breakout season. He's been in a lot of matches. A lot of close matches with some of the heavyweights in North Dakota Class B at 120 pounds. And mat 3, Eli Larson. They're on blood time over there, period 1. He has a 4-1 lead over Coleman Barth from Breckwap Storm. In consolation bout, you're going into the 2nd period with Zeke Symington and Zayd Heyer from Oaks. Symington, Pembina County North, mat 2, 120-pound consolation round. That's 0-0. Started the 2nd period. In mat 4, Landon Huck, Bismarck St. Mary's wrestling Aiden Tumel from Central Cast. That's 126-pound consolation round on mat number 4. started the, they're into the first period with 30 seconds to go. That's still scoreless at 0. Back in action. Burns on mat number 1 tries to hit a standing Granby, rolls through. Robertson's able to keep those hips behind him, rolls through with him. Down to a minute 35 to go in the third period. It's a quarterfinal action, 120 pounds here on mat number 1. Robertson goes to cradle. Burns able to grab that wrist. Robertson ties it up on the edge of the mat. Now goes. The arm over the head's going to turn away, hips away. It scores 1 point for an escape. He's up 6-0 with a minute 10 to go in the third period. Robertson goes front headlock. They try to use those long arms, drags Burns down. Now Burns' arm drags around. No score given up. Or no points given up yet for a takedown by Robertson. Burns spins around. 2 points for a takedown. He's up now 8-0 with 50 seconds to go. 120-pound quarterfinal on mat 1. Mat number 2, Tristan Lepp, 126 pounds, wrestling Blaine Wald from Oaks. Leptiv Jr., 14-5 record. Blaine Wald, Senior, 7-8 record for the Oaks Tornadoes. Assume these two are no strangers to each other. Lepp immediately goes from a single into a cow catcher, throws Wald over to his back, picking up near fall and takedown. This Tristan Lepp with a minute 30 to go in the first period. He goes to the Saturday Night Ride up over the top on Blaine Wald. Now goes chest on chest, scoop the head, stretch the arm out. And that'll do it on mat number 1. Cruiser Burns, your winner, advances to the semifinals at 120 pounds. He wins by major decision over Caden Robertson, 8-0. Another 120-pound quarterfinal on mat number 1. Ryan Eng wrestling Joseph Keller. Eng, a freshman for Lisbon Broncos with a 12-2 record. Wrestling Joseph Keller from South Border Mustangs, a freshman with a 13-8 record. A duel at the beginning of January, competitive match between Ryan Eng and Joseph Keller. At 120 pounds, Eng shoots in on Keller, edge of the mat. Keller still backing off, has to circle in. Eng shoots in again, looking for a high crotch. Get called out on the edge for a restart back in the center. Tristan Lepp, your winner, advances to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs at 126 pounds. You're at 132, Cashton Wadeson for Lisbon Broncos wrestling Riker Vetter, South Border Mustangs. Another South Border Lisbon matchup here, mats 1 and 2. Hanging all in on a high crotch. Fireman's takes Keller down to the mat, holds him down there. They're going to try to get some near fall out of this. Just a little bit out of position. Now he's going to jump across. Eng up now 2-0 with 50 seconds to go. Still wrestling on the edge of the mat. He has this arm, call it a deep waist, a deep. The arm is just got leverage on it, going to pull it over, has a leg locked up on underneath. Now has a power half over the top. He did get a count out of official Scott Carblum. But Keller still hugging those hips down on the mat, not going to give up any near fall. Hey, Cash Wadeson, looks like he's locked up over the top. We get a stalemate for a restart with Riker Vetter. He's up 2-0. And now Ryan Eng picks up another count. Not sure if he'll get any near fall out of that. No near fall awarded. He managed to get a one count a couple times on Keller, but Nothing to put points up on the board. Keller's going to defer. Ang starts bottom. The start of the second period. Vetter scores an escape here, period number 1 on mat number 2, 132 quarterfinal. Ang waits it in on a single leg, high crotch single, dumps Vetter down to the mat for a 4-1 lead. The final 5 seconds of the first period in that one. Ang scores an escape. He's up 3-0 on Joseph Keller. Keller backing up on the edge of the mat. Ang shoots in on a double. And now Keller goes to the front headlock on Ryan Ang. They get called out of bounds for a restart back in the center. They're down to 1:33 to go in the second period. The quarterfinal bout, 120 pounds. And 126, mat 3 quarterfinal. Eli Larson up 20-7 over Coleman Barth. Now, that's at, looks like here the beginning of the second period. We'll see if that changes over. That'll be a final. So Eli Larson, your winner over Coleman Barth, advances to the semifinals tomorrow at 126 pounds. Now Ryan Ang on mat number 1, working for near fall. Does get 3 near fall. Scoops the head, going to stretch the arm out, lowers the chest. They're working for the fall for the Lisbon Broncos. 120 pounds is Ryan Ang. Resets, gets Keller over on his back, and those shoulders are flat. Ryan Ang advances to the semifinals for the Lisbon Broncos at 120 pounds. Cashton waits him with a 4-1 lead on mat number 2, 132-pound quarterfinal action. Has double boot right in on Vetter. Broke down to the mat with a minute to go. Waits and now working the crossface on Vetter. Vetter scoots that knee up a little bit. Waits and thought about cradling it up. Now goes back to it. Vetter gets wrist control. Going to pull that arm over the top. Now scoots out. Waits and maintains control on top. He goes to the power half. You're just working that edge of the mat for Cashton Waits, and he's up 4-1. Grabs the far wrist, going to walk this around. Vetter drags him up and over for Cashton Waits, and that was brutal, folks. He's going to win by fall over Riker Vetter. The Cashton Waits and the pinning machine. He wins by a fall, advances to the semifinals at 132 pounds. In mat 3, 126 consolation round. Simon Schneider from Central Castle Wrestling, Blake Mittleiter from Lytton HMB, and on mat 4, 126-pound quarterfinal, Brock Freer and Noah Anderson going at it. Noah Anderson up 7-3 for the Lisbon Broncos. That's at the end of the second period. Anderson looking to make his way into the semifinals for the Lisbon Broncos. They start the third period in the neutral position. It looks like Freer had choice in the third. He starts in the neutral position with Noah Anderson up 7-4, 126 quarterfinal round. Levi Hinkle and Peyton Lamar meeting up here. Consolation round. Hinkle, but they bounced down in that first round into the consolation, the bottom side of the bracket, taking on Peyton Lamar. Yeah, tough 132-pound bracket here, the Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament. The ranked wrestlers are number 1, Cashton Waitson for Lisbon. North Dakota Class B, North Dakota Class A, Colin Steidler for Bismarck St. Mary's. Number 3, Levi Hinkle, Pembina County North. Number 4, Class B, North Dakota Class B, Chance Burns from Grafton. Number 7, Riker Vetter for South Border. Number 8, North Dakota Class A, Tucker Johnson. Just one of your weight classes to watch here at the 2023 Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament. Now Anderson scores 2 points for a takedown, and he's up 9-3 over Brock Freer from Pembina County North. They're scoreless in the second between Hinkle and Lamar, with Levi Hinkle riding on top. That's on mat number 2. And down to 1:25 to go. In mat 1, Jace Duffy in the quarterfinals for Lemoore, taking on Miles Steele just up 2-0. Got a minute 30 to go in the second period. That's out in front of us here on mats 1 and 2 with Hinkle and Duffy. And Lamar is going to hit a sit out on Levi Hinkle. Hinkle trying to step across. Lamar still working this switch on Hinkle. Hinkle has that arm around the waist. Now Lamar gets up to his knees. Hinkle still in control. Gets Lamar back, broke belly down with 50 seconds to go in the second period. So we do have a final result on mat number 4 with Noah Anderson. So Noah Anderson is your winner on mat number 4. Advanced to the semifinals, wins over Brock Fear from Pembina County North. Now Hinkle has Lamar cradled up, going to pick up near fall. Bottom knee in the side for Levi Hinkle. You can see him slowly rocking those shoulders. Right shoulder not up by much. And Levi Hinkle is going to advance. He stays alive in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament in that bottom side of the bracket. Your winner by fall over Peyton Lamar. At 132 pounds here on mat 2. The Lisbon Broncos with semifinalists at 106 pounds, 120, 126, and now 132. Have a 4-0 lead, or excuse me, 4-2 score on mat number 2 going into the third with Jace Duffy and Miles Steele. Steele just to choose bottom to start the third period here. Quarterfinal at 126 pounds on mat 1. And mat 2, 132 quarterfinal. Peyton Lamar, excuse me. We got Zane Allwander, sophomore, wrestling Tucker Johnson. Zane Allwander with the upset win over Levi Hinkle that bounced him down. And Johnson lat drops. Zane Allwander is going to pick up 2-point takedown right on the edge of the mat. So we do have blood time. Yeah, blood time rewards. I guess they're out on the edge of the mat, called out by the official. Yeah, restart back in the center. And one thing I'll tell you is you got to watch out for those headlocks, gator rolls, and lat drops by Valley City. They'll go big. Been that way for years. And Tucker Johnson up 2-0 over Zane Allwander from Oaks. Jace Duffy, a 6-7 or 7-6 lead for Miles Steele. He's riding on top in the third period with 1:02 to go. A 1-point lead for Miles Steele. Just Jace Duffy hanging in there. Working hard, wants his place in that semifinal match. Looking for a top 6 finish. Miles Steele just hanging on top. Now Duffy, you head down in the mat with 40 seconds to go. The Jordan Dick quarterfinal match, 132 pounds. The luck of the draw takes on Colin Steidler, number 2 North Dakota Class A wrestler, and Colin Steidler from Bismarck St. Mary's. 132-pound quarterfinal match on mat number 3. Steidler's up 2-0 with a minute to go in that first period. Allwander and Johnson locked up in a scramble with Allwander trying to hit a leg pass. And Johnson's going to maintain control. Excuse me. We got a takedown off of that. Allwander had a point there. They were both up on their feet, so Tucker Johnson now up 4-1 at the end of the first period. Your winner, 126-pound quarterfinal, and mat number 2 is Miles Steele. He wins by decision 10-8 over Jace Duffy. Advances to the semifinals for the second day of the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament at 126 pounds. And mat 4 quarterfinal, 132 pounds. You have Jude Olson wrestling Chance Burns. Jude Olson, 132-pounder for Border West Buccaneers. Chance Burns, a senior for the Grafton Spoilers. And Chance Burns, number 4 North Dakota Class B. And Jude Olson, not ranked, or at least not in the top 10, currently in the top 10 for Minnesota A, but definitely a tough opponent for any wrestler that he encounters here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Steyler takes a 5-0 lead going into the second period with Jordan Dick. That's a Mat 3, 132-pound quarterfinal. Mat 2, Tucker Johnson, takes a 6-2 lead into the second period. Johnson in on a high crotch on Allender. Takes him down to his hip. He's going to turn the corner. 2 points. He's up now 8-2. That's on mat number 2, 132-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 1, consolation round. Weston Clausen wrestling Reed Bolden. Bolden, a junior for Northern Cass. And Weston Clausen, an 8th grader for the Lisbon JV. It starts that second period. He's down 2-0. Coming up on a 8:45 here in the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We're just sitting here at 113-pound quarterfinal matches. And Allender is going to take Johnson out of bounds. Now 8-3 scorer with 18 seconds to go in the second period. And Reed Bolden will stay alive in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. He wins by fall over Weston Clausen over on mat number 1. And mat 4, Jude Olson, Chance Burns, all tied up, heading into period number 3, 132-pound quarterfinal match on mat number 4. And Colin Steyler now leads 7-0 over Jordan Dick. Now a 10-0 lead for Steyler. That's on mat number 3, 132-pound quarterfinal. It's a 10-0 lead, under 10 seconds to go. 8-4 score here on mat number 2 between Tucker Johnson and Zane Allender under 132 quarterfinal. The wrestlers go out of bounds to restart back in the neutral position. And mat 4, Olson and Burns, and knotted up at 4 apiece in the third period with 1:30 to go with Jude Olson riding on top. And mat 1, the consolation round with Dustin Ketterling and Dylan Prismus from Border West. The Ketterling leads this one by a score of 2-0 on mat 1, 132-pound consolation round. A 1:10 to go with Johnson now up 10-4 over Zane Allender. Allender hits a stand-up. They're trying to get he does get hand control, hip heists away for 1 point escape. Now a 10-5 score. Johnson wisely chooses to attack the legs here with this 5-point lead. In a high crotch single, going to try to turn the corner. Allender working on top to get a stalemate with 40 seconds to go. And now sitting at 8:45 here at Storhaug Invitational. A longer first day than normal. A 2-point takedown and also near fall for Tucker Johnson. Up 12-5. Looks like it'll be at least a 14-5 lead once those near fall are awarded. He now leads 14-5 with 10 seconds to go. And Dustin Ketterling and Dylan Prismus. Ketterling with the headlock has Prismus in trouble. He's up 4-2 with 56 seconds. And Ketterling's leaning back on this headlock. Official putting that hand up, ready to slap the mat. That shoulder, left shoulder up just a little bit. Win by fall for Dustin Ketterling. He stays alive for the Lemoore Lobos at 132-pound consolation bout. That was on mat number 1. The quarterfinal, 138 pounds with Coy Griebel wrestling Fisher Johnson. That's up on mat number 2, 138-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 3 quarterfinal was Colin Steyler over Jordan Dick. So Steyler advances to the semifinal round at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. And mat 4 still We're all tied up going into overtime at 132 pounds on mat 4 with Jude Olson from Border West Buccaneers and Chance Burns from the Grafton Spoilers. That's tied up. Looks like that's going to go into overtime. Track Wrestling says we got 3 seconds on the clock. We'll see what happens here. And that is overtime period 1. Sudden victory overtime on mat 4 with Olson and Burns. 132 pounds, mat 4. And mat number 2, Coy Griebel, putting on his own takedown clinic on mat number 2, 138-pound quarterfinal. He's up 6-3 over Fisher Johnson from Kindred. And Griebel with another takedown goes up 10-4 with 50 seconds to go in this first period. Goes into for a fireman's carry. It takes Johnson down again, now 12-5 lead with 40 seconds to go in the first period. And mat 1, quarterfinal case ounder for the Oaks Tornadoes, wrestling Jordan Richter for Bismarck St. Mary's. That's up on mat number 1, 138-pound quarterfinal. And your winner by fall on mat number 2, advancing to the semifinals, is Coy Griebel for Valley City. Advancing to the semifinals at 138 pounds. And now up mat number 2, Consolation bout 138, Owen Deal wrestling Maddox Shockman. That bout getting ready to start here, 1 minute on the clock. This first period of Consolation on mat number 2. Yeah, Allwender and Richter. Richter's going to score a 2-point takedown. He gets Allwender. Richter gets Allwender on his hip. Allwender able to recover now with Richter leading this one 2-0 with a minute to go in this first period. And mat 3, quarterfinal bout, Grant Wagner from Oaks, senior, 15-8 record, wrestling Brody Hoffman, a sophomore, with an 18-3 record for the South Border Mustangs. That's up on mat number 3, 138-pound quarterfinal bout. Looking at the team scores, Lisbon now with an 85 points in first place, followed by South Border with 67, Border West Buccaneers with 63, Bismarck St. Mary's with 57, and Lemoore Lobos in 5th place with 49 points. Those are your top 5 teams here on day 1 through the 130 or just at 138 pounds in the quarterfinal rounds. Lisbon up with the 85 points over South Border, sitting in second, 67, Border West Buccaneers 63, Bismarck St. Mary's 57. And Lemoore Lobos with 49 points. Jordan Richter at the end of the first period will take a 2-0 lead going into the second. And mat 2, 138-pound Amos Romerman wrestling Grady Link. Romerman, you're going to step over. It gets linked to his back. It doubles up on it. Still no points awarded by to either wrestler here. Scramble on the edge of the mat. That was almost a slow motion scramble at times. Neither wrestler giving up any points. In neutral position here for the restart. Link's going to drop down, doubles up on Romerman. Romerman goes down to his back. Link locks up the head and arm. Romerman belly down. Link will lead that one 4-0 over Amos Romerman of the Lisbon JV. At period 2 with 30 seconds to go on mat 3, Grant Wagner and Brody Hoffman. That's still scoreless in the second period with Hoffman riding on top. That's under 30 seconds to go now. Link on mat 2 takes a 4-0 lead over Amos Romerman into the second period. It's a consolation round match at 138 pounds on mat 2. And mat 4, Jalen Harsted from Mayport CG wrestling Zach Richter, consolation round. That's 138 pounds. That's in end of the period. There's still scoreless at 0. And mat 3, quarterfinal, Still 0-0 between Grant Wagner and Brody Hoffman on mat number 3, 138-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 1 between Jordan Richter and Case Allender, quarterfinal bout 138. Richter has a 4-0 lead. And Romerman caught the head of Link. It's a 4-0 score with Grady Link leading Amos Romerman. The winner of this bout stays alive in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. A consolation round match here at 138 pounds. Lynx cradles up Romerman. Gonna try to step over. Sits back on it. Romerman in trouble. Romerman trying to counter. He's gonna counter it. Looks like he may have it cradled up. Romerman does have it cradled up. Link's going to pull out. Link has a 6-0 lead at 138 pounds. That's on mat number 2. And Brody Hoffman now leads 2-0 with 30 seconds to go in the third period at 138-pound quarterfinal over on mat number 3. And consolation mat or bout on mat number 4, Jalen Harstead from Mayport CG is down 2-1 to Zach Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's. That's at the end of the first period. And mat 1, Jordan Richter, Bismarck St. Mary's leads 7-0 over Case Allender. Now 9-0. Allender with a reversal here. A minute 30 to go is going to take Richter over to his back. Richter giving up near fall, gets belly down. It's a 9-4 score. I think he thought he had a couple near fall coming. Maybe he didn't. We are here live from Lisbon High School Gymnasium on yourliveevent.com. We broadcast both days of the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. We'll be back and ready to broadcast tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for those opening round consolation matches followed by semifinal bouts. And things get a little more interesting tomorrow with the introduction of the girls. The girls tournament, we're going to have Allender has a cradle locked up on Richter. He's going to pick up some near fall, 10 seconds to go. Yeah, Allender gets Richter's flattened out, takes that leg away from him, down to 3 seconds. Richter trying to keep those shoulders, he's going to run out of time. Allender gets 3 near fall. Not enough at the end of the period. Jordan Richter advances to the semifinal by a 9-5 decision over Case Allender at 138 pounds over on mat number 1. Yeah, also tonight we still have the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction. That was scheduled to start at 9:30. Tried to time it so we'd finish up here and then we could go up there and do our Hall of Fame induction. It'll be covered by yourliveevent.com, but we're running a little bit behind, so you may be more closer, should be closer to 10 o'clock. Look, at least that's what it looks like. Currently, we're here at 138 pounds, just approaching 145 consolation and quarterfinal bouts. Romerman at the end of the third period is going to pick up a 2-point reversal. But Link from Central Cass is going to hold on to win that consolation bout at 138 pounds on mat 2 by a score of 9-2. We may have to cut away here in a couple minutes to go get set up for that Hall of Fame induction up at the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course. You're welcome to join us on yourliveevent.com. As the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction induct 4 members into the Hall of Fame for 2023 with wrestlers 2-time state champion, 4-time state place winner Jeff Aberly, 2-time state champion and 3-time state place winner Chris Nelson. Lisbon Wrestling assistant coach Al Ralston, and longtime contributor with 40-plus years of contributing to the sport of wrestling, is Todd Carter. I'd just like to congratulate those 4 gentlemen on their induction into the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame. Carter Wallner on the mat now, wrestling Corbin Clifton from Carrington. Corbin Clifton, 138 pounds, number 5 ranked wrestler. Carter Wallner for Lisbon, number 3 ranked wrestler at 138 pounds. I have to look back and see what that score was. Now Clifton up 5-1 there in the second period with 1:45 to go. See if Wallner and Clifton met up last week in the duel and don't remember the outcome of that match. They're locked in a battle over on mat 3 with Clifton leading that one from Carrington, 5-1 over Carter Wallner from Lisbon. In mat 1 consolation round between Carter Wadeson from Northern Cass wrestling and Weston Jensen from Breck Wap. And Jensen leads this one 3-1 at 145-pound consolation match. Jensen working the back ankle. They're keeping Wadeson broke belly down in the mat there in the second period with 1:06 to go. In mat 4, Tanner Mangy in the quarterfinals wrestling Carson Glazeman from South Border. It's a 145-pound quarterfinal match. That bout just underway on mat number 4. Weston Jensen now up 7-1 over Carter Wadeson from Northern Cass, 145-pound consolation on mat 1. In mat number 2, quarterfinal, 145-pound Micah Dutch, Pembina County North, an 8th grader, wrestling Espen Coonsey from Valley City. That one's scoreless. Here, 145-pound quarterfinal. Micah Dutch leading that one by a score of 2-0 over Espen Coonsey. Your winner from the Breck Wap Storm on mat number 1 is Weston Jensen. He wins by fall over Carter Wadeson. He stays alive, punches his ticket to day number 2 at the Storhaug. Dutch up 2-0 for Pembina County North. Wrestling Espen Coonsey. Coonsey wearing the blue singlet. Their blue singlet with the white lettering down the back. Tanner Mangy, quarterfinal on mat 4. Wrestling Carson Glazeman. Glazeman up 2-1 on mat number 4, 145-pound quarterfinal bout. The South Border closing that gap with Lisbon. Lisbon now with 85 points. South Border 72. Bismarck St. Mary 68. Border West 63 in the 4th spot, followed by Lemoore with 55 points. Top 5 teams. And Clifton increasing his lead now 7-1 over Carter Wallner at 138 pounds. Wallner with the 10-1 record. Corbin Clifton with a 21-2 record. Now Clifton up 9-1. Working over Carter Wallner, building up an 8-point lead. Coonsey's going to pick up 2 points here. He's going to tie it up 2-2 with Dutch from Pembina County North. And mat 1, Slettendahl from Breck Wap Storm wrestling Kerrigan from Pembina County North. That's a 2-0 lead for Slettendahl, the freshman from Breck Wap Storm. At end of the first period, he takes a 2-0 lead, 145-pound consolation on mat 1. And mat 4, Glazeman and Mangy. It's a 2-1 lead for Glazeman heading into the second period. That's on mat number 4, 145-pound consolation. And mat 3, Wallner still down 9-1 to Corbin Clifton there in period 3, quarterfinal bout on mat number 3. And Corbin Clifton trying to punch his way into the semifinals tomorrow with that 9-1 lead over Carter Wallner. Yeah, 138. Another tough weight class here. Number 1, North Dakota Class A, Coy Griebel from Valley City. Number 3, Carter Wallner from Lisbon. Number 5, Corbin Clifton from Carrington. number 7, Brody Hoffman from South Border. And then ranked sitting in the top 10 Minnesota Class A is Peyton Forcier from Border West. It's one of those tournaments where you don't want to get bounced down to the bottom side of the bracket. And Clifton's going to win this one by a score of 9-1. A major decision win over Carter Wallner. Had the 3 and the 5 going at it, with the 5 taking the win here in the quarterfinals, 138 pounds. So Corbin Clifton will be your semifinalist for the Carrington Cardinals at 138. That was on bout on mat number 3. 152-pound quarterfinal, Marshall Lindgren wrestling Greg Fuhrer. Lindgren from South Border, returning state champion. Fuhrer for EEK, a sophomore with a 13-4 record. And Lindgren hit the treetop single leg, takes Fuhrer down to the mat for 2-point takedown. And Mike Nelson for Lisbon Broncos on a mat number 3, wrestling Colby Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's. And Nelson, a junior with a 15-0 record, down to 145, wrestling Hollenbeck, freshman for Bismarck St. Mary's, the 10-11 record. That's a 145-pound quarterfinal match, mat number 3. And mat 2 between Espen Coonsey and Micah Dutch. That's in the third period with 59 seconds to go. Coonsey leads this one by a score of 5-3. With Coonsey from Valley City, a senior, 11-7, wrestling Micah Dutch, an 8th grader from Pembina County North with a 4-4 record. Coonsey has a 5-3 lead, quarterfinal bout, 145 on mat 2. Now a 6-2, got the score adjusted there. And mat 4, Glaceman and Mengi still battling it out at the end of the second period. It's a 2-point lead for Glaceman from South Border. He's up 3-1 over Tanner Mengi from Kindred. And Mike Nelson takes a 2-0 lead over Colby Hollenbeck from Bismarck St. Mary's. That one does go final with Mike Nelson, your winner by fall at 145 pound. Mike Nelson punches his ticket into the semifinal matches here at the Storhaug Wrestling Invitational. And Marshall Lindgren is up 5-0 with 25 seconds left, wrestling Greg Fuhrer from EEK. And Lindgren leads 8-2. Fuhrer able to score a reversal. Lindgren got a little bit high. Fuhrer takes advantage of that. Going to ride him out here in the first period. 8-2 lead for Marshall Lindgren. 152-pound quarterfinal. So Espen Coonsey wins. He'll advance to the semifinal matches tomorrow at 145 pounds. He wins by major decision, 10-2 over Micah Dutch from Pembina County North. That was on mat number 2. And mat number 3. And Jeremy Knight wrestling Kevin Casper, consolation bout, 145 pounds. That match just underway. That's knotted up at 0. And period number 3, Carson Glaceman now takes a 5-2 lead over Tanner Mengi in the quarterfinal bout on mat number 4, 145 pounds. They're in period number 3 with 30 seconds to go. Yeah, Lindgren, it gets high again. They're going to try to come out the back door. Gets that forklift position, is able to step back around, maintains control. He's up 10-2. Has Fuhrer in a little bit of trouble, bars him up, going to take that far wrist. Still riding on the back of the hips, applying some forward pressure. Is Marshall Lindgren. Now he's going to walk it around, keeps that forward pressure. And down to a minute to go in the second period with that 10-2 lead over Greg Fuhrer on mat number 1, 152-pound quarterfinal. And Max Chernlin, your winner, consolation round bout at 145 pounds on mat 2. So Max Chernlin advances in consolation bout. You'll see him tomorrow morning here at 145 pounds for the Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder. Your winner on mat number 2. All right, Ryland Wald for the Oaks Tornadoes, wrestling quarterfinal bout at 145 pounds against Carson Brown, Pembina County North. Wald a junior, Brown a senior for Pembina County. That's quarterfinal bout mat number 4. Quarterfinal bout 152 pounds. Mat 3, Eli Lyons taking on Patrick Forcier from Border West. Lyons, a freshman for the Lisbon Broncos. Taking on Forcier, 152 pounds. For the Border West Buccaneers, that's on mat 3. That match just underway. And Marshall Lingen with the 13-2 lead. He looks like he's going to going deep into the third period. They're working now, has a cradle locked up on Fear. Lingering looking to end this one. He goes head down to the mat, up on his toes, over the top. Fear's shoulders. They're flat for a second. The ref just a little bit out of position. He's up 15-2. Fear breaks this hold. Lingren will win by tech foul. Lingren wants the foul. He's going to win by foul for Marshall Lingren. He advances 152-pound semifinal bout. And Patrick Forcier, Eli Lyons on mat number 3, quarterfinal 152. Forcier up 2-1 over Eli Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. They're at a minute 10 to go in this first period. That's 152 quarterfinal, mat 3. The consolation round, mat 2, John Dahman, Bismarck St. Mary's, wrestling Charles Richter, Bismarck St. Mary's. Richter leads that one 2-0. You got to restart here back in the center of the mat with Richter leading in the second period with a minute 32 to go. That's consolation round 152, mat number 2. And mat 4, 145 quarterfinal, Carson Brown, Pembina County North. Has a 2-0 lead going into the second period over Ryland Wall. That match in the second period, both wrestlers in the neutral position. That's over mat 4, 145-pound quarterfinal. And now Forcier takes a 4-1 lead over Eli Lyons in the first period. Forcier, a senior, 23-6 record, wrestling Eli Lyons, a freshman for the Lisbon Broncos, with an 18-10 record. You have to wrap things up here from Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We're going to sign off in about 10 minutes, and then we're going to head down to Lisbon Bissell Golf Course for the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction. That will start following the final round, or the quarterfinal round here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. So we'll step away for a quick timeout, recharge of batteries here for about the last 10 minutes of coverage from the Storhaug Wrestling 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational Tournament. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick, and you're listening to YourLiveEvent.com coverage of the 2023 Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament.
This is Thor Nelson, a Minot resident and National Hockey League official for 21 years. Why officiate? Some officiate to help kids learn and respect the game. They enjoy watching kids develop in their sport and as people, and they enjoy it because it's fun. You can be an official. Call your local high school or the North Dakota High School Activities Association at 701-845-3953. A message from the North Dakota High School Activities Association and this radio station.
Hey, welcome back to Lisbon High School Gymnasium. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick here live from Lisbon, North Dakota at the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. We're down to about our last final 10 minutes of coverage for tonight's day one action. We're here in the quarterfinal rounds. We're creeping our way out of the 152, 160-pound quarterfinal matches. Garrett Hebel for Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos, wrestling Lincoln Swenson on mat number 3. He's up 2-0. In mat 4, quarterfinal 145, Ryland Wald wrestling Carson Brown. That's now a 6-0 score in favor of Carson Brown, with that 6-0 lead started the third period on mat 4. In mat 1, consolation, Ethan Stegman, Pembina County North. Here on blood time, Stegman has a 1-0 lead over Langenfelder from Bismarck St. Mary's. They're down to a minute 13 to go in that second period with Stegman a 1-0 lead. Mat number 1, 152. And mat 2, Charles Richter for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints. He leads 2-0, currently riding on top. Or excuse me, Charles Richter on bottom, wrestling teammate John Dahman, senior from Bismarck St. Mary's. They're in the third period with Richter, a 2-0 lead. Richter in green leg band on the bottom. That's a consolation round, 152-pound bout. St. Mary's now with 3 wrestlers on the mat here. Mats 1 and 2 wrestling in that 152 consolation round. Hey, Garrett Hebel now up 5-0 into the first period over Lincoln Swenson, 5-0, quarterfinal 160. Carson Brown at the end of the third period. Major decision here going over Ryland Wald, 8-0. Wald wrestles for the Oaks Tornadoes. Brown looking to advance to the semifinals for Pembina County North at 145. Yeah, end of the third period, that's a 2-1 score. And Charles Richter will advance in that consolation bout. Mat number 252 pounds over John Dahman, wins by decision 2-1. In mat 152 consolation round, Ethan Stegman about just getting underway after that blood time. Stegman's 1-0 lead with 26 seconds to go. 152-pound consolation on mat 1. Garrett Hebel up now 7-0 over Swenson from Kindred. A minute 30 to go in that second period. And Carson Brown, your winner by major decision, 11-0 over Ryland Wald. Up out now is Cale Hebel wrestling alongside brother Garrett. Over on mat 4, wrestles quarterfinal bout, 152 pounds against Alex Rogelstead from Valley City. That bout now underway on mat number 4, 152 pounds. And Gavin Niemeyer, mat number 2, this bout just underway. Consolation bout, 152. Niemeyer from Kindred wrestling Carl Chernlin, senior from Ellendale, they call him Thunder. Chernlin in control on top, leads 2-0 with 15 seconds to go in that first period. And Cale Hebel now mat 4, a 2-0 lead over Alex Rogelstead from Valley City. That's in the first period, quarterfinal 152. And Garrett Hebel leads 10-1 over Lincoln Swenson. Their final 30 seconds of the second period over on mat 3. And Cale Hebel, your winner over Alex Rogelstead. He'll advance to the semifinals tomorrow at 152 pounds for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. They're looking to join his brother, Garrett Hebel. Hebel up now 12-1 at the end of the second period over Lincoln Swenson, 160-pound quarterfinal. In mat number 4, 160-pound consolation, Zach Ward, Lisbon JV, taking on Noah Alderin, Lytton HMB. That bout now underway in mat number 4, consolation round. In mat 2, Gavin Niemeyer, Carl Chernlin. Chernlin has Niemeyer over on his back, working for the fall. He'll win it by fall for Carl Chernlin. Chernlin stays alive in the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Winner by fall over Gavin Niemeyer from Kindred. That was on mat number 2, 152 consolation. In mat 1, still 1-0 here in the third period with Langenfelder and Ethan Stegman. Garrett Hebel started the third period, 12-1 lead over Lincoln Swenson. That is in the third period. And Zach Ward up 2-0. Noah Alderin up 2-0 over Zach Ward at the end of the first period. Consolation bout, 160 pounds. Blaze Ranke steps on the mat for the Broncos. We'll cover this Blaze Ranke match. Here in the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, Ranke wrestling David Erlinson, a freshman for Recwap Storm. It already starts out with blood time. Garrett Hebel now at 14-1. That'll be a final. Looks like Garrett Hebel goes on, advances to the semifinal bout, 160 pounds on mat number 3. At the conclusion of this Blaze Ranke mat, we'll end our coverage here on day 1 from the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Ranke's up 2-0 over Erlinson. Erlinson gets one escape, now a 2-1 score in favor of Blaze Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos. They got a stoppage in time. Looks like a little equipment malfunction, broken headgear. Blaze Ranke gets it fixed. Ranke picked up a 10-5 win by decision last night during the duels over in Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion. Picked up a 10-5 win over Isaiah Caruth of the Edgerly-Ellendale Calm Thunder. That was number 2 North Dakota Class B versus number 3 Ranke, prevailing in that one by a score of 10-5. That match is final. Mat 4, Noah Aldrin, winner by fall over Zach Ward of the Lisbon JV on mat 4, 160 consolation round. They're tied up 1 apiece going into overtime on mat number 1 between Stegman and Langenfelder. Consolation bout, 152 pounds. They're going into overtime, sudden victory overtime. A lot of blood spilt between the two wrestlers, each of them with the nose plug in. Couple Warriors going out head-to-head here. Sudden victory tied up at 1. 152-pound consolation. A Ranke bear hugs on Erlinson. They're going to take Erlinson out of bounds. Ranke up 2-1. 41 seconds to go in the first period. A little equipment malfunction for Stegman from Pembina County North. Gets his headgear fixed. They're down to 47 seconds this first period. Sudden victory overtime. Erlinson and Ranke. Ranke in a double leg. Erlinson just heavy hips, able to power through. Got those hips back up underneath him and blocks that double leg attempt by Ranke. Got a headlock going on now. Langenfelder's going to recover. He gets around back for 2 points, pulls his head out. So Langenfelder is going to win this consolation bout on mat number 1 in overtime. Sudden victory overtime. He's your winner by a score of 3-1 over Ethan Stegman from Pembina County North. Gavin Christopherson steps on the mat for Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos on mat number 4, wrestling Colson Stahl from Central Cass. Christopherson leads 2-0. That's on mat 4, consolation bout, 160 pounds. In mat 3, 160 quarterfinal with Brody Knockbor from Border West Buccaneers. Sophomore, 21-7 record, wrestling Harrison Grod. Bismarck St. Mary Saints, a junior, 15-9 record. Grod leads that one by a score of 4-3. Harrison Grod, number 4 ranked North Dakota Class A wrestler for the Bismarck St. Mary Saints. Blaze Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos, 160 pounds, ranked number 2. That's behind Garrett Hebel, Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos in North Dakota Class B. The start of the second period, Ranke takes bottom, gets those hips heights away for 1 point escape. He's up now 3-1. Here in period number 2 with minute 43 to go. First 10 seconds, Ranke scores an escape. They're tied up on mat number 3. In the second period, it's 5-5 between Grod and Knockbor from Border West. 160-pound quarterfinal match. You're running into some overtime coverage here with the Blaze Ranke mat, now going into blood time. Conclusion of this match here on mat number 2. We're going to call it a day from the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Got to get reset up at the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course for our coverage of the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction. You're welcome to join us here on yourliveevent.com as we cover that. As long as all of our equipment works up there, we'll get it squared away and provide a little bit of coverage of that induction ceremony. Ranke scores 2-point takedown. He goes immediately to work, has a arm underneath. Going to turk this leg and try to drag Erlinson over. Ranky up now 5-1 on mat. This is mat number 2. Quarterfinal bout, 160 pounds. Kale Kovar, Carrington Cardinals, is up 2-1 over John Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's. 152-pound quarterfinal. Richter out on a single leg, doubles it up, trying to turn the corner. Kovar hip down on the mat. They're down to the last second. They're going to run out of time before Richter can secure the takedown. 152-pound quarterfinal. It's like Richter, number 8 ranked wrestler at North Dakota Class A, and Kale Kovar, number 5 ranked wrestler at North Dakota Class B out of Carrington, North Dakota. Started the second period. Richter's on bottom on mat number 1. Into the second period, Blaze Ranke takes a 5-1 lead into the third period with Erlinson's choice. He's going to choose both up. Oh, Ranke on a double leg. Erlinson, those heavy hips. Ranke with that elbow pass. Erlinson steps out of bounds. We're restart back in the center of the mat. It's a mat number 2 quarterfinal bout between Erlinson and Blaze Ranke. They're all tied up 160 pounds on mat number 3 with 5-5 quarterfinal, 160-pound between Grad and Knockboer from Border West. Gavin Christopherson with a 2-point lead. Now Erlinson, edge of the mat. Ranke goes out of bounds. Ranke with a 5-1 lead, minute 32 to go. Ranke right away off the whistle, doubles up on Erlinson. Erlinson trying to re-switch this on Ranke. Ranke gets back around, still no points given up. Now Ranke scores 2 points for a takedown. Ranke up 7-1 with a minute 15 to go in the third period. Has this leg turked, they're reaching underneath, going to try to stretch this out. Get those hips and shoulders turned on Erlinson. Going back to mat 4, Gavin Christopherson looks like he's a winner. Stays alive in the consolation bout, 170 bout, or 160 pounds for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. We'll see him back tomorrow at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Yeah, 3-2 score here with Richter from Bismarck St. Mary's wrestling Kale Kovar. They're ranked wrestlers in Class A. Number 8 North Dakota Class A is Richter. Kale Kovar for the Carrington Cardinals. Number 5 ranked wrestler at 152 pounds. Yeah, 30 seconds to go here with Blaze Ranke. He's up 7-1 over David Erlinson from the Breck Wap Storm. Erlinson, a freshman, 16-8 record. Blaze Ranke, a junior for Lisbon, 19-2. Ranke has this chicken wing hooked up. Down 10 to set, or final 10 seconds of the mat. Ranke's going to work a turn on Erlinson's going to roll through on it. Ranke going to go for it again with 5 seconds to go. Ranke wants this major decision. No points given up. Erlinson with that high bridge saves himself some near fall points. Ranke looking to try to get a bonus point for the Lisbon Broncos. But he'll go on and advance to the semifinal bout for a top 6 place finish here at the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Brangus Lanky, your semifinalist at 160 pounds. So with that bout, conclusion of that bout, here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament, we're going to go a step away for a quick timeout, come back, wrap things up here, and then we'll see everybody up at the Lisbon Bissell Golf Course for the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction. So go ahead and step away here for a 30-second.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Hey, welcome back here, Lisbon, North Dakota. Day one coverage from the 2023 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational. We wrap things up here from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium, then send you on up to Lisbon Bissell Golf Course for the Lisbon Wrestling Hall of Fame induction here to follow after the conclusion of this quarterfinal round. Just recapping your team scores. See if we can get these on the board here. Currently Lisbon in the lead with 97 points here. We're right at the 170-pound quarterfinal mark. So Lisbon has the lead with 97 points, followed by South Border in second place with 84. Third place, Bismarck St. Mary's tied with the Border West Buccaneers from Minnesota at 73 points. And then in fifth place are your Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos with 69 points. Lemoore Litchfield Marion brings back 10 state qualifiers and 5 state place winners. You look for Lemoore to make a run for it here at the end of the season in the region and state tournaments and shoot for a top 5 finish. Lisbon Broncos, they bring back 11 state qualifiers and 9 state place winners on that team. Well, Lisbon currently with that lead, day one lead over South Border, 97-84. A lot of points still left to be scored here on day one. Things could change, and never know who'll come out on top here. So stay tuned. You can follow along on Track Wrestling if you want to catch the last few quarterfinal bouts here from the day one Storhaug. But we're going to wrap it up here from Lisbon High School Gymnasium. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I'm sports announcer Brent Dick here with Day One coverage on yourliveevent.com. We'll see everybody either up at the Bissell Golf Course or talk to you tomorrow.